you doing?
Nancy. You're who?
I don't have one. I don't know if Joe does.
Oh, if it was printing stuff, did you have the agendas printed?
Yeah. On the card. I'll grab it.
I got him.
I had one issue. So.
One note about it too, or you do?
I just need this to make sure, so I know where we're at, and then
I got one. Hey, Stacy. Can you get a hold of Joel Kogan?
Thank you very much.
He's logged into this and I don't have his password.
Who is it?
Thanks, sir.
Kogan? Joel Kogan? Okay.
That one?
Oh, I'll take it. I'm good. Thank you, though.
oh, I'm okay. Yeah, if you don't. Never know.
You got that?
Yep. Morning, everybody. Thank you for your patience as we continue to get set up here. So hopefully we'll get things going here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. That about right, Joe?
I think so. I'm smiling, you just can't tell. You guys have your presentation again?
Well, only the evenings, things, so like.
I'll just, I'm gonna,
Drop it on the desktop again.
yeah, it's on mine, but I'm gonna have Joel, when he gets back, log into his, as we have to project it out through Zoom, so that the people participating virtually can see it, which are the
You'll just do a
commissioners.
share when I flip to the video.
Yes, exactly. That's
He's
exactly
gonna
what it
be
would be
the guy
like.
to help me.
Yeah.
I'm the
So which one do I,
IT.
which one do I do, push to advance it? This?
This
Six?
Yesterday,
Oh, no, down there.
yeah, so yesterday was using the mouse.
Well, I want to use that.
I mean, I always use this. Remember, I know it works.
And
'cause
then
I-
back is the other.
Okay.
Yep.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Right, is that okay?
Yeah.
I did bring,
Okay.
so,
Yeah.
yeah.
That'll work.
Do you guys need them downstairs? Did they give you anything?
We have one bucket of wipes that are dried out.
Because I've got two.
Hey, Zach, did you look at, did I send you the agreement? Did Patricia send you the? I haven't had a chance.
I assume you're fine with, it just says we're gonna dedicate the trail, basically, and it has all the warranty deeds behind it and all that stuff. Trust me, we're gonna.
Do you have to email him or? Just try it. Yeah, can you have him come up here? I don't have his phone number.
I got one.
Thank you.
He was over there.
I just need to log in for this. They'd given it to me. Down there and looked. Call him. I know he has public testimony too, but we need the password for it. Just trying to log into this.
I believe we're ready to go. Is that correct?
I said I'm trying to log into this still.
Oh, so you need a
I
couple
just need
minutes
a
yet?
password.
So commissioners we have available. So I see Bruce, Saul Kokithia, Ashley available, Tyler's available, Forestine. I take it you're on by phone. And here in the chambers, we have James, myself, and Mr. Rojas. I think just a couple more minutes before we get started. It's part of this hybrid meeting is getting our Zoom call and tying it in with an actual video of what's going in here live. So everybody that's on the Zoom call can see what's actually happening in the council chamber. So getting those two to merge together, that's what we're working on right now. Just make sure we get it all right and everybody can participate.
Thank you, Brad.
To go to Kate.
Testimony 2. Should be good to go.
Ready? Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and get the meeting started. Welcome to the July 21st City Planning Commission. We appreciate everybody's patience today as we got to experience a press release simply because it's raining outside. They thought they better bring it inside, and the mayor has preference over us. And so appreciate your patience on that, as well as getting this meeting set up. As you can see, it's kind of a hybrid, and we believe this is going to be the new normal for our City Planning Commission meetings, where we're going to have folks in person. This is where the home base will be, as well as folks virtually. We'll probably see over time additional commissioners come in and be with us live, but certainly they have the option to work from home and attend virtually, as well as any attendees and those that want to make public comments on cases also to be attend virtually. So I think it'll be a much better deal for everybody to provide input and make these meetings more impactful. So I think it's a great deal. With that, if we can just quickly just introduce who's live, because we haven't done that for a long time. That way everybody can see and understand that not only do we have the commissioners here, but we have a number of staff that's here to support us and help answer questions as we go through the cases. So Zach, if I can start with you down there and just kind of work around, that would be great.
Zach Nelson, City Planning and Development.
Joe Rexwinkle, City Planning and Development.
Travis Kiefer, Casey Water.
Sarah Baxter, City Attorney's Office.
Go ahead.
Daniel Weber, Parks and Recreation Department.
Fantastic.
Stacy Lowe, City Planning and Development.
Jeff Ryan, Public Works.
Okay. I would introduce the commissioners. I think we've gone through a few meetings and most people know who we are now, but just again in person, Colby Crowell on the chair.
Paul Rojas.
Paul Rojas and
James Baker.
James Bakers. And then we have all the rest of the commissioners are live virtually. So let's go ahead and get started with the meeting, starting with the consent agenda portion of the docket.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Consent agenda includes a total of 6 cases today. And I believe the only one proposed to be continued is C1. So I'm going to go ahead and read that one first. Second item, C1, case number final plat 2020-00003. Request to approve a final plat for Warnell Village on about 6 acres at 310 West 104th Terrace. Staff is recommending this case be continued to August 4th without fee.
Okay. Any questions from the commission about continuing docket item C1? Seeing none, if I can get a motion, please. Probably just so everybody knows, probably be a little helpful to help through things if with the commissioners that are here present, might be easier to go ahead and have them make the motions and seconds if that's okay. And then we'll go from there.
A motion C1 to be continued to August 4th without fee.
Sounds good. I have a second. believe I have a second. So Lisa, if you're available, please take roll call, please.
She is not available. I'm going to ask staff. I'm sorry, that's one thing we forgot about. I'm going to ask staff who might be on the line. Nicole, can you do that for us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell, Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas, and Sadowski.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 7-0. So let's move on with the next consent agenda items, please.
Okay, the next consent agenda item is docket item C2. Case number final plat 2020-00013, Berkeley Riverfront Park. A request to approve a final plat in District MPD creating 3 lots on about 16 acres at the southwest corner of East Riverfront Drive at Berkeley Parkway. Do you want me to read all the continuance or all the consent docket cases together, or?
I think you just go ahead and give the case number and that. would be
Docket
just-
item C3, case number final plat 2020-00019. It's a final plat for Village at Green Hills, which is at North Green Hills Road between Highway 152 and Northwest Berry Road. Docket item C4, case number final plat 2020-00020, Summerbrook 8th plat, which is located at the southeast corner of Northeast 112th and North Arlington. Docket item C5, case number final plat 2018-01213. Final plat for Goddard School first plat, which is located on the north side of Highway 152 between Flintlock on the east and Shoal Creek Parkway on the west. Docket item C6, case number final plat 2020-00018, Three Trails Commerce Center, which is located at the southeast corner of East 87th and Brighton Avenue. Staff is recommending approval of all of these.
And if I may, Zach Nelson, City Planning, there are some revisions to some of the conditions on docket item C5 that I would like to make.
Okay,
So I would like to remove conditions 6, 7, 12, and 16. They mainly have to do with the stream buffer ordinance, and the stream buffer isn't a part of this. It basically isn't subject to the stream buffer conditions, so that's why those are removed.
so you're removing those, you're just adding language to 6, 7, 12, and 16.
I'm just removing them altogether, those 4 conditions.
Okay. Have the applicants signed off on all the conditions for the other consent agenda items? Joe?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners on these cases?
So can you repeat?
Mr. Chair, I do have a couple questions. This Forestine.
Yes.
On the C2 00013,
Yep.
in the narrative, it had said that this is that it was approved by council on July 16th. As to why it's back before us.
There was a revised development plan for this project approved on July 16th. This is just the final plat, so it's a different type of case. And I think that's what allows the plat to move forward since it was approved since the development plan was approved last week.
So this is a different phase that's before us now?
No, it's the same one. This is just the next step in approvals that they need.
Okay. And then the next one, I had a question on that one too. 0019. It was saying in there that it is still pending council action back to April.
Oliver, can you jump in on that one, please?
Yes, Joe. That case, the preliminary plat is pending action by City Council, but the final plat can move forward. And I do have a condition that the final plat not proceed till the preliminary plat is acted on by the City Council. I think it's condition number 2.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
this will not go to City Council till Council takes actions on the preliminary plat and the rezoning.
So any idea, because this says it's been there since April.
There will be an introduction of that ordinance, and whenever council is done with it, then we will take the final plat up to City Council. So that this final plat cannot be approved by City Council without action on the preliminary.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners on any of these cases? Is there anyone from the audience or online that would like to speak on behalf of these cases?
I don't see anyone online.
Okay, with that, let's take a motion.
Is the conditions, just to clarify, it's 6, 7, 12, and 16 on C5?
Correct.
Okay. I motion that cases C2, C3, C4, and C6 be approved with conditions, and also C5 be approved with conditions removing 6, 7, 12, and 16.
Very good. I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I got a motion and a second. Nicole, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell, Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas, and Sadowski.
So since I jumped on late, I won't vote on this one.
Okay.
Okay, sounds like docket items C2, 3, 4, 6 have been approved with the conditions stated, and C5 approved with removal of 6, 7, 12, and 16. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and look at the continuances for some of the cases.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have a number of continuances on the docket, starting with docket item 2. And there are 2 companion cases, 2.1 and 2.2. This is the project proposed at 2801 Swope Parkway, known as Offices at Overlook. Staff is recommending continuance of these cases to September 15th without fee. Docket item 3, case number CPC 2019-00055, which is a project titled 45th and Troost Mixed Use. Staff is recommending continuance off docket with fee. Docket item 4, case number CPC 2019-00231, which is the project known as the Dillon at 4711 Bellevue. Staff is recommending continuance of this case off docket with fee. And the next continuance request is docket item 6, which is a special use permit request at 2700 East 49th Street, which is being, applicant is requesting continuance to August 4th. Staff recommends no fee on that. Docket item 7, we have 3 companion cases. This is an area plan amendment, rezoning, and a development plan for a retail and gas station development at 23rd and Cleveland. The applicant is requesting continuance of that to August 4th, no fee. Docket item 8, which is it's case number CPC 2020-00078. It's a text amendment. Staff is recommending continuance of that to August 4th. Docket item 9, case number CPC 2020-00006, which is also a text amendment related to signage. Staff is recommending continuance of that to September 1st, no fee. Then we move on to docket item 10, which is case number CPC 2020-00095, Forest Reserve, located at the northwest corner of Forest Avenue and East 101st Street. The applicant is requesting continuance to August 18th. No fee. Docket item 11, case number CPC 2020-00094, which is located at 1301 East 5th Street. It's a proposed rezoning. Applicant is requesting continuance to August 4th. Or I'm sorry, continuance off docket. That would be with fee. Docket item 13, case number SUP 2020-00024, which is located at 14655 Prospect. It's a special use permit request, and this is at near 135th and Charlotte. The applicant is requesting continuance to August 4th, no fee. And docket item 14, case number CPC 2020-00098, which is located at 10402 Northeast Cookingham. It is a proposed rezoning for KCP&L or Evergy Power Station at the northwest corner of the intersection of 103rd and Cookingham, northeast 103rd and Cookingham. Applicant is requesting continuance to August 4th, no fee. That's all of our continuances.
Okay, so just to confirm my list that I have for continuance of cases, docket items 2.1, 2.2 to September 18. Docket items 3, 4 off docket with fees. Docket item 6 to August 4. Docket item 7.1, 7.2, 7.3 to August 4th. Docket item 8 to August 4. Docket item 9 to September 4th.
First. September 1st, yeah.
In our first, in it, September 4th is our, no.
It would be September 1st. And I think I heard you say the 18th, September 18th on the other one, but that's September 15th.
Okay.
That was docket item 2.
Yep, I'm sorry. So docket item 10 to August 18, docket item 11 off docket with fee, docket item 13 and 14 both to August 4th.
That's right.
Okay. Is there anybody in the, I'd like to speak about continuance of all of these cases or any of these cases? See none in the audience. Do we have anybody online that's raised their hand?
No, we do not.
We do not. So
Wait,
you'd like help with the motion? Be glad to help you out with that.
yeah, that'd be fantastic. Because I guess there's ones that changed on the docket, right? And then there's ones that stayed the same. And
Right.
do we need to call out?
I think you could say as stated on the docket with the exception of docket item
2?
I think
Do we
there's
have
more
the
than
date
that.
wrong on 2?
Well, 2 was,
Oh, yeah, you're right. With the exception of docket item 2, which is to September 15th without fee, and the exception of docket item 11, which is continued off docket with fee.
okay, I can do that. I make a motion to continue docket items 3, 4, 6, 7, 1.2, or 7, 1, 7.2, 7.3, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14 as stated on the docket, and to continue docket item 2.1 to and 2.2 to September 15th without fee, and docket item 11 to be continued off docket with fee.
Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. I don't think there's any more discussion. So Nicole, if you don't mind taking roll call, please.
Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Anders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like it's been approved 8-0 for continuance of those docket items. With that, let's go ahead and move to cases that will be heard today.
Okay, our first case on the docket is docket item 1. We have 2 companion cases starting with 1.1. Case number CPC 2019-00201. The request to approve an amendment to the KCI area plan to change the recommended land use from residential low, residential medium, and commercial to mixed use community on about 500 acres located along Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road between Line Creek Parkway and North Platte Purchase Drive. And docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2020-00202, a request to rezone from districts B2-2, AG-R, R-6, and R-7.5 to District MPD Master Plan Development, which also serves as a preliminary plat for the Twin Creeks Village development, which will allow a mixture of commercial, recreational, educational, civic, and residential uses on about 500 acres located north of Missouri Highway 152, between Line Creek Parkway to the west and Platte Purchase Drive to the east. Zach Nelson is the staff planner.
Morning, Zach Nelson, City Planning and Development. I'm just trying to share my screen real quick, just a moment.
Everybody see that? Commissioners online? Okay.
All right, so as previously stated, the next two cases are companion cases for the much anticipated Twin Creeks Village project. The first case is an area plan amendment, and the second case is a request to rezone to MPD. So a little bit of background, just.
Zach, does your computer need to be muted as well?
How's that? Hello?
Problem, or if you can call Colvin.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so area plan amendments are required. Customer submits a request to rezone property that does not conform to the long range land use policy. That's the case in this situation. The applicant's requesting to approve an area plan amendment to the KCI area plan to change the recommended future land use.
That we can't.
Hello, is that better?
Yeah, that was a lot better on that one.
I think it was my computer. My apologies. So the first docket item is a request to amend the KCI area plan to change the recommended future land use from residential low, residential medium, and commercial land uses to mixed use community land uses. Docket item 2.2 is a request to rezone the entire property from its current zoning, which is various zoning districts, to MPD, which stands for Master Plan Development. And this rezoning will also serve as a preliminary plat and a development plan on the site. So in terms of its location within the city, it's located up north, just north of 152. See here. A little more specifically, it is bordered by Platte Purchase to the east, and then the Genesis subdivision is to the west, and then the Fox Crest townhomes are kind of in this area just to the southwest of the site, and then the Fountain Hill subdivision is to the east. So as you can see, this is a very large site. It's approximately 500 acres. And then a little more context, this is Platte Purchase Park to the north. just north of Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway. And then, as I previously mentioned, there are several zoning districts currently on the site. Most of it is AGR or R7.5, so very low density zoning. And then there's a small portion on the east side of Platte Purchase Drive that's currently zoned B2-2. And I just wanted to provide a little bit of context in terms of the street layout that's currently existing and then what's proposed. So everything in blue is to be constructed with this project. Most of it already has been constructed. So North Line Creek Parkway extends north and east here, and then it jogs further north. And this is identified as a parkway on the Boulevard and Parkway standards. So it's subject to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. Northwest Old Stagecoach Road is further to the west and is currently unimproved. And then this small section here is Tiffany Springs Road, and that connects or meets up with Fountain Hills Drive further to the east. And then Platte Purchase Drive runs north-south here, as you can see. So in terms of the site, the proposed site plan, there are several uses that are proposed. And so I'll refer to this site plan throughout my presentation, but I think it's best just to present the site on a use-by-use basis, and so that's what I'll do. And so, I'm sorry, we'll begin with number 1 here. It's on the west portion of the site, and it is a mixture of fourplex and single-family attached units. And there are an estimated 343 total units in this site. And this is looking with north to the left here. Context. Detention pond here. And then project 2, located on the north portion of the site, is kind of your traditional single family home. This will be known as Erica's Place. These will be single family detached and attached homes. And this will have an estimated 470 units. And one thing I wanted to mention, these homes on the west side here, they run along North Line Creek Parkway, which I had mentioned is an established parkway. And so it is subject to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And they currently, with their orientation, they back onto the parkway. And so that's a deviation that is required for this project. The third phase, if you will, is kind of in the center of the site here in the blue, number 3. These are educational uses primarily. The plan shows a proposed high school and middle school here, as you can see, with many sports fields to the north. There's tennis courts, there's practice facilities further north. There's a track, and several baseball and softball fields, as you can see. There's a career center here, and then a large amount of parking, as you can see. And then just one other thing to mention, there is parking shown in what is considered the front yard of the middle school. And again, this runs along North Line Creek Parkway as well. And so that is another deviation that is required for this site. Number 4 is right here, kind of in this purple area. And this is a proposed library shown here with a private drive and then some parking. So this will be kind of just east of that site we just looked at, so east of the school. And then number 5 is just to the south of the library that I showed you. So it's right here. These are pad sites, and the applicant is intended for them to be used for multi-use, retail, restaurant, fast casual, that sort of thing. Parking in the rear, as you can see. And number 6 is on the south portion here in the green. So this is kind of the focal point, the centerpiece of the entire Twin Creeks Village project. These are multi-use soccer fields, as you can see. There are a total of 12 fields. 10 of the fields are located south of the parking, as you can see. And then there are 2 championship fields here to the north. They also include many amenities, seating, concessions. I believe these are pickleball courts to the west here. And then I didn't mention, I'll go back, There is a connection underneath the street here that ties the school in with the fields, because I believe that the school will use the fields as well for athletic events. Number 7 is just to the east of the soccer fields. These are primarily commercial in nature. There are also 2 hotels with retail, restaurant, and fast casual, some multifamily housing, and then the applicant has also stated some short-term apartments and rentals for Airbnb. I'll let the applicant discuss that in a little more greater detail. There is a retaining wall running on the south side of the site, with a detention pond here, as you can see. And then I also wanted to point out North Platte Purchase Drive. This kind of shows a good shot of that. There's a diverging diamond interchange here with an off-ramp that leads north onto Line Creek Parkway. And then there's also a food truck court that was mentioned as well, located in this area. So this portion of the site, there's a nice mix of uses. And then the last site we'll look at is number 8, and that's it's currently zoned B2-2, and it's located east of North Platte Purchase Drive. The applicant has shown commercial uses here with a 12-plex theater with bowling as well. They've also stated they intend to have some high-volume restaurants here, and then fast casual, and then a convenience store here on the southwest portion of that project as well, with fuel sales as well. And this plan just shows some of the existing and new sanitary, storm, and water that has been installed and or proposed for the site. So it just gives you kind of an idea of the extent of the site in terms of water infrastructure. So in terms of deviations requested, as I previously mentioned, North Line Creek Parkway is subject to the Boulevard and Parkway standards, and that requires 1 and 2 unit residential structures to be located facing the parkway. And so the applicant is requesting a deviation from this standard. And then the applicant is also requesting a deviation, as I mentioned, to allow parking in the front of the middle school here. So staff, I'm not sure if you can see the top of the screen. Staff has some concerns with the site layout and some of the uses that are proposed. One of which, staff has a large concern with the location of the theater being located east of North Platte Purchase Drive. Staff has serious concerns about traffic stacking and the way that will affect peak hours of traffic. Staff has recommended shifting it west of North Platte Purchase Drive. It's also a pretty significant change of use from single family homes just to the east here. This is the Fountain Hills subdivision, immediately going into a large theater. So that's one concern that staff has mentioned several times. In addition, the traffic study, to the best of my knowledge, has not been approved by MoDOT, particularly concerning the lane configuration along North Platte Purchase Drive. I don't know if you can see this very well, but there are two lanes on the off-ramp that if both cars are trying to enter into the left turn lane along North Platte Purchase, that can create a conflict point. And then just stacking in general, as I mentioned, staff just has concerns with some of the conditions that MoDOT has brought up, and Public Works as well. And so if needed, the Public Works Department can speak further to this, but that was something I wanted to mention as well. So with all of that, staff is supportive of this plan and recommends approval without conditions for the area plan amendment, and recommends approval with conditions for the rezoning to MPD plan. And I also wanted to mention, I had emailed all of the commissioners a couple letters of opposition from nearby neighbors. They were primarily concerned with, I think, the theater and then just some of the transition of uses. So that's available as well. I just want to make you aware of that. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Zach, just one question. Can you resend me a copy of the standards that are prepared for this actual development? So I think in the staff report, it said it was a document that was attached or part of the
design standards. Is that what
Yes.
you're?
Is that,
Yeah, I can.
is that a separate document altogether from the actual staff report?
Yes, it is. I can send
Okay.
that to you.
So is there any questions from the commission to staff regarding staff's presentation?
One question, are the staff is not recommending the deviations, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we don't, the deviations have to do with the parkway standards. And essentially what the standards want is they don't want parking between buildings and streets, and they don't want houses to back onto the parkway. It allows it under certain circumstances. But I think you'll hear the applicant explain why they can't meet those circumstances in their opinion. In our opinion, this is a whole new project. We don't see a reason why they shouldn't adhere to those standards.
And is moving the movie theater is also part of the conditions, right? Or to explore that?
Yes, that's a condition recommended by staff.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to city staff?
I had a question about the parking that's adjacent to the school. If the staff had any examples of other new schools that have been built along boulevards and parkways and encountering this before, because I think my first impression was to question whether they could actually accommodate only parking in the back when they have to deal with secure entry and handicap restrictions. So I just was curious if the staff could direct us to an example in which this has been reconciled.
I don't know. I think this is the first circumstance where we have a school built on a parkway or proposed along a parkway. Since the standards aren't that old, they were adopted, I think, in 2015.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else?
I had one more question. Could you put this is a big project, so could you put this in the context of like what comes next? So there's the rezoning, and then what comes after that? Because I think that's a big factor in kind of how we discuss this.
Sure, I apologize. I should have mentioned that. And so if this is to be approved afterwards, the applicant would have to come back for MPD final plans for each phase that I've shown you. So it would come back for further review to staff.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on that. So can the applicant then change the plans for each phase as they come back? So if theatres don't take off or come back, can those plans be changed from what we approved today?
The applicant is allowed under the code to do what's called a minor amendment, and staff can approve that. It's basically limited to 10% increases in floor area, impervious coverage area. But on a project of this scale, I would say it's likely, if not a certainty, that there will be a major amendment at some point, which is if they exceed those criteria or they want to propose uses that aren't currently shown in the plan that's before you. It's a strong possibility at some point you'll see a major amendment too.
And then Joe, does that come back to the City Planning Commission then?
Yeah, a major amendment is just like this. It would be a process with a public hearing and public notice back through City Planning Commission and to City Council.
Okay, great, thanks.
Just one additional question along those lines, because you're saying each phase they may have to come back for minor changes. I saw in the notes that the phases could be sold to other developers, so that would apply to them as well.
That's right. Whatever obligations are imposed on the applicant will be applied to any purchaser of the property in the development.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a follow-up question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding in terms of how we're evaluating the project. Mixed use community is the amendment that we're looking to make, is that how we're judging the plan then based on the requirements of the mixed use community?
I couldn't quite understand the last part of your question.
So I'm asking whether we are judging this plan based around the criteria of the mixed use community, since that would be the area plan amendment that we would be changing the project to.
Mixed use community is as a land use designation, and our area plans is tied to a specific zoning district. It doesn't have per se its own set of criteria that we judge it by. We just look at what zoning district it conforms to in the area plan. And that's largely, I believe, the basis that drove the decision on the uses within the plan area. I think it's because of the uses that there are some of the uses that are proposed that drives the need for the area plan amendment.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just had one. I remember this case because it was our first meeting and it was really daunting. And one of the things was about the parking ratio, and I don't see it in here. Was that reconciled, that there was more parking than the staff had wanted a while back, and I didn't know if that had changed.
Yeah, that's something that hasn't been reconciled. It was just a recommendation by staff, or kind of a suggestion rather. There is a lot of impervious surface, and a lot of the ratios for, I think, all of the uses are met and exceeded, and in some cases somewhat severely. So we always like to encourage as little impervious surface in terms of parking as we can.
I think, and I want to add that I think with this project, I think the issue with any project at this scale is the allocation of spaces, because you're going to have some where they are within the project area and how they're shared with other uses. And they have, early on, we had a lot of back and forth with the applicant about reallocating some of the spaces. So for example, like when there is a soccer tournament, there's going to be a really high demand for parking. And so is that parking in a location where it can be shared by the short-term rental units, because those are probably going to be people who are at the tournament anyway, and then also with the retail users. So they did work with us to shift building locations and parking pods, if you will, so that we didn't have such an enormous expanse of parking in one area that was just inconvenient for other tenants to utilize because of its location.
Okay, if there's no further questions, then let's move on and introduce the applicant. So applicant, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Russ Fretz Law Firm with offices at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of several property owners who have collectively worked together to create an exciting plan for growth in this area on both sides of North Platte Purchase Drive and north of 152 in the Northland. These property owners are MD Management and BT Residential, MCK Partnership, and the Platte R3 School District. First, I want to tell you, I appreciate being back in the chambers today. It's much better to be able to do cases face-to-face, to be able to discuss and answer questions in person. We appreciated you all holding the meetings via Zoom so development could continue. And we also have appreciated staff's extra work to do that. But developments like this are done much better in person. So we appreciate being here. I will pull up the PowerPoint that I have. So where's...
I assume every the commissioners have a copy of this available that they're able to see. Okay.
Go to the next slide. First, I want to introduce the team up here. There are several people in the audience who are members of this team. This is a big plan, so it's taken a lot of time to go through, and we've had many partners in this. To my right is Mr. Gary Hayes with MD Management, and in the audience is both Erica Feingold and Javier Velasquez, who are with MD Management. Our engineering team consists of Matt Kist, Mike Killam, Greg Fow, Paul Osborne, and they're all present here today. Janelle Clayton is our traffic engineer. Dennis McIntyre is in the audience. He is with B&B Theaters. Danny Potts is part of our architect team. Jim Bowers is my partner. He's here. Chuck Musarisi is in the audience. He is one of the representatives of MCK Partnership. Mike Reich is the superintendent of the Platte R3 School District. Darren Hennon and Alicia Stevens are present in the audience. They were an integral part of the Northland Soccer multi-purpose soccer fields getting approval. So that is the team. First, I just want to give you a broad overview of how we got to this point today. As Zach indicated in his presentation, this MPD plan is a comprehensive plan for 492 acres. It is essentially 8 development plans combined into one comprehensive plan. These opportunities for a large comprehensive plan like this are very rare. It will drive the growth of the Northland for the next 30 to 40 years and is such an exciting opportunity for all of Kansas City. While I represent the applicant in this matter, I only live about 1.5 miles from here. I drive by this site every day. This MPD plan will benefit my neighborhood as the school growth and development will provide schooling in the immediate Northland of Kansas City rather than many of the kids in my neighborhood, because my neighborhood reaches into the Platte R3 school district, are currently bused to Platte City for school. This opportunity is also one that is the result of years of effort and public-private partnerships over the years. This first began being positioned for growth with the planning and installation of the Twin Creeks sanitary sewers at a cost of approximately $40 million. The absence of sanitary sewers created a donut hole in the Northland north of 152 between I-29 and 169, and we could not move forward with developing that space that's very much part of Kansas City because of the lack of sewers. Our presentation will review the history of this area and how we got where we are today. Another integral piece was the development of the Costco, and we'll highlight that for you. It's shown on this slide as to where the Costco location is, which is just southeast of here on the south side of 152 and east side of Platte Purchase. The Costco development has driven the ability to construct the streets that we're talking about that are under construction today. We've appreciated all of our discussions with staff. We've had extensive discussions with staff. And as Zach and Joe have highlighted, we are basically down to only 3 areas of disagreements with staff. We're going to review those at the end of our presentation and why we're requesting you to make changes to those. We've got changes to 6 overall conditions, but I believe staff is in agreement with 3 of those, and then we have the 3 that we disagree on. MD Management has driven this opportunity and has made substantial investments in order to be able to present this comprehensive plan to you today. Gary Hayes is going to go in to the actual hard dollar investment that they've made thus far. Our presentation will review the history, the status of construction of the critical roads for the development of this area, the development of the power of the plan, and the many meetings we have had over the past year or so. We'll go through each of the individual project areas, the extensive traffic studies that have been completed. We've got a video to present to you today that we're very excited about of what we believe will develop here and will be a great place for people to work, play, and live. And then at the end, we're going to talk about the areas of disagreement and the modifications we are requesting. We realize there's a lot of information that we're throwing at you today in our PowerPoint presentation. We've tried to lay it out in a manner that allows you to understand how all the parts fit together. We will be happy to entertain your questions during our presentation, or if you prefer, at the end. So if you have a question that you want to ask during our presentation, please feel free to stop us. Well, we understand there are some in the Fountain Hills single-family subdivision to the east of the MPD plan that have some concerns. There are many in the Fountain Hills neighborhood that are excited for the opportunity for the development of this area and the opportunities it presents. With that, we thank you for your time today. And I can't tell you how thrilled we are to be here today to make this presentation. So both Gary and I are going to handle the presentation. We're going to have Janelle Clayton and Dennis McIntyre come up and talk about traffic. And Dennis will talk about the theater location and why the corner on the east side of North Platte Purchase is the corner that the theater needs to be located on. So as Zach has summarized, go back for me, summarize for you, we're here requesting 3 approvals. One is to rezone this overall area to the MPD development plan and to approve the MPD development plan for the Twin Creeks Village, and then to do an amendment to the KCI area plan to mixed use community. Next slide. As Zach has indicated, the area is highlighted in red here, or shaded in red here. This is located, this is a major highway, 169 in the Northland, and then 152. And the dashed line is North Platte Purchase Road that comes up and goes north and south. The Costco is located at the southeast corner of 152 and North Platte Purchase Road. The history of this of how we got here is going to be presented by Gary Hayes. So I'll have Gary talk about the history.
Hi, my name's Gary Hayes. I'm Director of Real Estate for MD Management. We're located at 5201 Johnson Drive, Suite 100 in Mission, Kansas. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about Twin Creeks Village, what we think will be the true North Star of Kansas City North. Those of you not familiar with MD, our company was founded in the early 60s by the late Frank Morgan and Sherman Dreisesson. Since our inception, we have been involved in commercial, public, residential development. We have a long-standing partnership with the city of Kansas City. The vision for Twin Creeks Village started about 8 years ago. For those of you who remember Webster's dictionary, you could look up public-private partnership and you would see Twin Creeks Village as an example. It's been a partnership with KCMO, Platte County, Clay County, Northland Chamber, KCMO Parks, Platte County EDC, Kansas City EDC, the TIF Commission, and numerous city council members. In 2012, the city of Kansas City committed $40 million to install sewers in the area north of 152 Highway, 169 to the east, and Green Hills Road to the west. The one thing that slowed growth in the Northland was the lack of sewers and about 15,000 acres. Once this commitment occurred, we knew that this area would become the next frontier for growth of Kansas City. It was at this time we started to look at what needed to occur to capitalize on this enormous investment by the city. Our experience had showed we needed an engine to create the tax dollars that would pay for the infrastructure to serve this area. Development can't occur if you can't get to it. We needed a category leader, one that would truly be a regional draw, one that would draw people far beyond the boundaries of Kansas City, someone who was not presently in the market. We set our sights on Costco. I met with him in 2012, again in 13, and again in 14, each time hearing that we are happy with our position in Kansas City. In 2015, I met with him once again. At that time, they had a different answer. Costco was born in Kansas City North at that time. Now that we had the economic engine, we then turned to the focus on the residential growth. The area is largely within Plat R3 school district, and one thing that we were hearing from the home buyers was that Plat R3 school district only had one high school, and that was located in Platte City, Missouri. And the parents and home buyers were worried about their kids having to drive all the way to Platte City to go to high school. We then turned to Dr. Wright and his team on how we may assist the growth within his school district. From those meetings, we started discussing with the TIF Commission, creating a new TIF district to pay for the roads and infrastructure to assist in this growth. In 2016, the Platte Purchase TIF district was formed. We followed that with gifting of 80 acres of ground to Platte R3 school district for a new middle school and a future high school. The table was set. We had Costco, we had a new future high school, and a TIF plan for the infrastructure. Costco also opened in 2017. In late 2017, early 18, we contracted with McClure Engineering to start the design of the infrastructure work. We met regularly with both Public Works and the Parks Department to bring them into the mix. During this time, we started the vision for the MPD plan and spent countless hours going through different scenarios and plans to make this project one that everyone involved would be proud to be part of. We continued to meet with the city council members, Platte R3 School District, Platte County, KCMO EDC. From all those meetings and many sleepless nights, Twin Creeks Village was born. In 2019, the Kansas City IDA was able to sell bonds for the Platte Purchase TIF infrastructure work. We settled on contracting with Superior Bowen as a contractor that would bring life to that area through their construction. Twin Creeks MPD plan was finalized and submitted to establish the largest MPD plan in the area. In 2020, Sporting Kansas City and the Northland Sports Complex finance plan was approved by the city. Infrastructure began, and we are currently under construction, and we'll wrap that up this fall.
And before I switch the slides, these three photos on the right-hand side show the current construction of the critical infrastructure in this area.
With development, there's always a cost. The city invested $40 million knowing they would get a return through economic development. We too saw an opportunity, but it wasn't without cost. In order to gain Costco, we had to give them the ground, but not only give them the ground, we had to improve the ground. They had different opportunities in the market to go to Liberty, to Gladstone, and anyway, it come down to a competitive situation, and we ended up gifting the land to them to get them to this site. If you look at the chart in front of you, that we gifted them 20.86 acres at a value of about $821,000. We completed the site development, which had hard costs of about just under $3 million. And then we had soft costs, which includes some NID fees, some impact fees, engineering, and so forth, was about another $2.53 million. No direct cost or investment by the city was for Costco. That all came out of MD. Over 30 years, Costco will generate $3,750,000 or $3,750 million in sales, equating to taxes of over $313 million to state, county, and city. We also gifted Platte R3 School District 80 acres of ground. That appraisal come in at $55,100,000. Our total investment by MD is about $10,500,000 at this point. To say we don't have skin in the game is an understatement. We have $10,500,000 worth of skin in this game. So when the MPD is improved, what economic impact will have on the 400 plus acres on the sales tax generation, not only for the city, but the state and the counties as well. If you look at the chart at the projected sales over that 30-year period for projects 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the MPD plan are about $2,200 million. Those sales will generate for the state of Missouri about $95 million, Clay County $7 million, Platte County $22 million, and the city of Kansas City, Missouri of about $68 million. These are just sales taxes. This does not include real estate taxes, employment taxes, not to mention the services that the village will provide the community. If you, going back, if you take and add in Costco to that mix, the total sales projections for the next 30 years is $505 million in tax revenue for the city and the state and the counties.
And I just want to say, well, we don't normally present all this financial information. We need to be able to show you the impact of this large scale development. And that is what we believe will be occurring in the future years. And a lot of you might think, oh my gosh, why develop there? There's really not much around there as you travel the roads today. This slide shows you the approved plans and developments for residential growth in this area. So we've got Twin Creeks Village, MPD, out are shaded in red, and we've got the approved plans in the darker green with what, and then in the lighter green, we know that those property owners are talking about developing their properties as residential uses in the very near future. So you can see there's a lot of growth, residential growth, and residential growth drives the need for the commercial uses.
This is a map showing the improvements that are currently under construction. As Zach had indicated, we're basically continuing Line Creek Parkway from where it terminates now at Old Stagecoach Road, and it goes into a roundabout, and then Line Creek Parkway will go to the north of there. These improvements not only include roads being built to parkway standards, but also the utilities that go along with that, storm, water, and sewer. Out of that roundabout, Tiffany Springs Road is currently under construction. And those also include all the utilities that support that. In addition to that, we have constructed a pedestrian culvert that will connect Project 3 to Project 6, which basically is the school that will, we didn't want the students to have to cross 6 lanes of traffic to get to the soccer facilities for games or other facilities. And so we've created a pedestrian tunnel under that road as well. We also will begin construction on Platte Purchase, improvements to Platte Purchase. Those will start here in the next 30 days. You'll probably see asphalt start going down on Line Creek Parkway and Tiffany Springs Road here around the end of the month. Again, these are pictures that you see the current construction status of that project.
And I just want to highlight too, the lines outlined in green are the sanitary sewer construction lines that are under construction now. And the blue line is the water line under construction. And then the dashed blue lines are the future projects for water lines as provided in the plat purchase development plan.
This is gives you an idea of the feel of the roundabout. In this particular case, we've got some statuary circles. These will light up neon at night, glow. Gives you a feel of the architecture that goes along with that and some of the landscaping. Again, this is just a feel for some of the elements within that roundabout and some of the materials that will be used. And here is an example of our landscaping and in the roundabout, not only the roundabout, but also along the parkways and along Tiffany Springs Road and so forth.
The next slide talks about our public engagement and the process we went through. We've had several meetings with the overall neighborhoods in this area to discuss the MPD plan. The first one was held August 13th of last year, and that was a meeting at the Heartland Church on a very hot day. The changes, we made several changes subsequent to the meeting following that hearing the concerns of the neighborhood in the area. Originally, we had a hotel in Project Area 8, which is where the B&B Theater is. We replaced that, we moved that hotel and to the east side or to the west side of the road and replaced it with office retail. We also heard many concerns about the pool and how the pool interacts with what's going on the south side of the road. So we added pool screening to the MPD plans. We also moved, and we'll go over this in more detail with you, the existing access to the pool further to the east so that it's not adjacent to the accesses for the uses on the south side of Fountain Hills Drive. We added a second Project 8 driveway on Fountain Hills Drive, and we configured the Project 8 driveway as a right-in only. We heard a lot of concern about people turning out of Project Area 8 to the right and going into the neighborhood. So that's a change we made. We added landscaping and fence details for Project Area 8 and on the east side of Project Area 8, and we'll show that to you later on. We moved apartments from Project 4, which is the area that we've designated the civic building, or as Zach has highlighted, a possible library, from Project 4 to Project 7. We at one time had apartments there rather than the library or civic building. We deleted one apartment building from the MPD plan. And then, as I highlighted, we moved the civic use up to Project 4, which is across to the west of the Fountain Hills neighborhood. We moved the fire station away from the Fountain Hills residential closer to the schools. We added a food truck court to Project Area 7, and we moved the convenience store from the south or northwest corner of Project Area 8 to the southwest corner, so it's closer to the 152 off-ramp. We had another meeting following those changes on September 9th, and this time we had the meeting at the B&B Theater location in Liberty. We heard some concerns from that meeting, and so we moved the convenience store back to the southwest corner of Project Area 8 following that meeting. We further revised the Project 8 driveway locations along Fountain Hills Drive. We added additional berms and landscaping for the pool screening. We added more landscaping and fence details for Project 8. And we added the full signalized intersection on plat purchase between projects 7 and 8. And we added some additional turn lanes. We had another meeting on December 5th, 2019, and I believe Commissioner Crowell will tell you that it's not that often that developers have so many meetings with the adjacent neighborhoods. But it was important to us to consider all the comments that we heard. We had another meeting, and the changes we made subsequent to that meeting was we revised the Project 8 driveway locations again, and then we configured the east driveway and the street medians to better prohibit right turn out movements. And following those meetings, it's been several months, we've been working on a number of details, but we have kept in contact with the Fountain Hills Neighborhood Association, informing them that the meeting, we had requested that the Plan Commission meetings be continued while we continue working on elements, and we've kept them informed along the way. We've also had extensive staff meetings. We've appreciated all the discussions with staff. That's why we're in a position today where really there are not that many areas of disagreement. Yes, there are some big areas of disagreement, but there are very few. So we began meeting with staff back in August of last year, and you can see all of the number of meetings that we had with staff on this plan. As Zach has highlighted, there's 8 project areas, and he's gone through the details of those. We're going to show you a little bit more details and colored elevations of what we're planning in these areas. First area is Project Area 1, and you can see the key plan down here that I've got the cursor on shows you the location of that project area within the MPD plan. This Project Area 1 consists of townhomes, big houses, and apartment buildings. So we have some renderings of what we believe will be the townhomes for sale, the big house concept for rent. Those are about 10-unit buildings, and then the apartment buildings. It's a total of 724 units on this site. Project Area 2, which is what we refer to as Erica's Place, is located just to the northeast of Project Area 1. It's highlighted in yellow down here as to the location. And these consist of both attached and detached single-family homes. And as Zach has highlighted, we're asking for a deviation, and we'll go into detail with regards to that request for deviation. The Parkway and Boulevard standards do not require that you front the parkway. There is an option to back onto the parkway, and we'll go through that in more detail and exactly what we're asking for a deviation from. Project Area 3 is the Plat R3 School District campus, and you've seen outlined they have some athletic fields, although we anticipate they will be using the multi-sports complex just to the south. And as Gary has highlighted, we have constructed a pedestrian box culvert underneath the street so students can go back and forth between the school and those soccer fields or multi-use fields safely. We've highlighted where the deviation location request is. That deals with the fact of life that school districts need areas in front of their school for loading and unloading of buses, as well as parking for parents as they come to deal with various issues at school. Project Area 4 is the area that we originally had an apartment building there, and based on the comments from the neighborhood, we revise this plan to provide for a civic/medical building. It could include the potential library location there. Project Area 5 is just south of that area. It includes the commercial lots. We anticipate restaurants, retail, and office there. The building highlighted in blue there is a placeholder for a fire station, because we know with growth comes the need for public services like fire. Project Area 6 is the Sporting Kansas City Athletic Complex. It consists of 10 athletic fields, 1 championship field, and 1 stadium field. And we'll go through the council approved financing ordinance that was recently planned. I'll let Gary comment on that.
Yeah, Project 6, as Patricia said, is the Kansas City North Sports Complex. Just like I'd mentioned earlier, the impact Costco would have and generated needed money for the infrastructure in the school ground would stimulate the residential growth. This sports complex is equally as important. With development, there's always a risk. As a developer, we try to minimize the risk to make sure the $250 million plus investment that would be spent in bringing Twin Creeks Village to life is secure. The sports complex provides that security. It will draw people from not only the Northland, but far beyond the limits from both Missouri and Kansas. This complex will be like no other currently in Kansas City. Like the countless hours we spent on developing Twin Creeks Village, I can assure you, equal hours have gone into this complex. These, can you go back? The configuration that you see here basically provides for 12 soccer fields, and there's 2 championship fields, one which would be actually a stadium. The stadium, we think, will probably be the Friday Night Lights stadium for the high school once the school's on board. And these are all synthetic professional grade turfs. And I can assure you that there's a lot of planning and layout. The layout could potentially change. On your parking concerns, I know in the meetings that I've attended on the sports complex, they're needing a minimum of 100 parks for each field. So our parking count on this is showing 1,126. So they're going to have to squeeze some more in, or we're going to have to encroach onto Project 7. But one thing that's exciting about this also is the fact that Sporting Kansas City is the developer. Sporting brings great name recognition. They also control some other fields in Kansas City, and they can bring large regional tournaments. And one of the most exciting things that Sporting has shared with us, if Kansas City is chosen as a host city for the World Cup in 2026, they think that the stadium field will actually be a practice facility or a home base for one of the World Cup teams. And that would be huge for the Northland, huge for the village, and just huge for Kansas City. The financing plan, as Patricia had stated, was approved by City Council on April the 30th of 2020. In addition to these funds, there's $17 million in funding through the KCI TIF for a total of about $42 million that have been slated set aside for the development of this. And I know they're well into their planning, and from what I understand, they hope to open here within the next 12 to 18 months. So a lot of time and a lot of importance for this project.
And one of the complaints we frequently hear in the Northland is parents are tired of driving all the way down to Johnson County to have to attend soccer tournaments and other tournaments. This will provide the opportunity for parents to be closer and practices to be closer. So Project Area 7 is just to the east of the multi-purpose soccer fields. We've really concentrated on making sure that Project Area 6 and Project Area 7 work together. That is why we've located the hotel buildings here. We've also located short-term residential buildings. We anticipate those being used for the soccer tournaments taking place. And we have placed in a food court that we're very excited about. There are also apartment buildings. Those are the lighter tan on this slide. And you can see we've got a pool in the center of those apartment buildings. These are perspective renderings of what we believe that this area will look like. We've got a video to show you that is very exciting. And then finally, Project Area 8 is what we call B&B Plaza. It has the office, retail, theater, and an entertainment venue there. We're going to talk to you about Project Area 8 in more detail because Project Area 8 is already zoned commercially. It already has an approved plan that was approved by the city in 2003. So we're going to highlight the differences of our plan, our current plan compared to the approved 2003 plan. What we know from our neighborhood discussion is we initially had some hotels along the east side, and we heard many concerns from the neighbors that they didn't want hotel uses or apartment uses next to their neighborhood. We believe this plan presents a great alternative and is where B&B Theater needs to be located. And that's on a number of bases, both market and traffic. So the next slide that I'm highlighting for you is the current approved plan, or the plan that was approved August 20th, 2003. The zoning on this site, as Zach indicated, is B2. And it approved 159,384 square feet of commercial space. Our MPD plan, our current one, proposes 116,235 square feet of commercial area. Our MPD plan also breaks up and reduces building length along the east property line. So if you go to these buildings highlighted in or shaded in red or pink, these are the approved buildings. They are located much closer to the Fountain Hills neighborhood. And they anticipated having their truck docks and dumpsters behind their buildings. Our new plan does not have truck loading and loading behind the building, nor are our dumpsters located there. The MPD plan matches the number of entrances approved on the Fountain Hills Drive and North Platte and Purchase Drive. And we've added screening, and we'll go through that in more detail.
Can you remind me real quick here, just the access to this area in and out of the new plan?
Yeah, we have 2 approved drives onto Fountain Hills Drive, and my cursor is going over those, Commissioner Crowell. They didn't really have a limit on right in, right out there. We also had this center drive along North Platte Purchase Drive. So you'll see that our drives are basically in the same locations, and we've also made improvements to make sure that they don't turn back into the neighborhood.
And this is the area, North Fountain Hills Drive and North Platte Purchase Drive. That's where we
Correct.
anticipate a signal as well?
Yes.
Not a roundabout.
Project Area 8. So this is a cross-section that we've done for the landscape buffer. So you can see we've dashed the area that we're showing in red, and the cross-section is shown in this location with the black A to A. And you can see that this is what we anticipate the theater height at. And these are the existing single-family homes adjacent are in the Fountain Hills neighborhood. I want to emphasize to look at the setback of the building from the property line, because we've increased that enormously. And we've also really worked on landscaping and buffering and fence. And you can see that picture up at your upper right-hand corner. This next slide, Project Area 8, shows two different things. The top of it shows what it would look like, or what that cross section would look like with the current approved plan. And you can see our retail building is much closer to the neighborhood. And there's less screening that was approved with that plan. The alternative, which staff has suggested in their staff report, is we should consider placing apartment buildings along that area rather than the B&B theater. Not only do we believe that the neighborhood does not want apartment buildings with decks overlooking their homes, this also shows you the height, the increased height, and what the view lines would look like if you were standing in your backyard. And I don't know if Gary has any more comments on that, or I'm going to have Gary talk about the pool buffer concept now.
Yeah. In our planning stages of Twin Creek, it was important to keep the residents of Fountain Hills informed. We obtained their input and listened to their concerns. One of those concerns involved the pool. Even though this pool was shown in the original commercial approved plan from 2002, we did listen and make the following modifications. What you see on your screen now is basically those modifications. The two red arrows you see, that's where the existing drive is now coming out. And there was concern on their part that the people coming to the pool would be encroaching into the commercial traffic. So we have taken and moved that entrance and exiting for the swimming pool further to the east and added additional parking as well. In addition, they were concerned about screening, being able to see the pool from the commercial development, and we have increased that. And at the lower, you can actually see the pictorial there of exactly the view and the landscaping and so forth. And we have with the berm and with the landscaping really blocked off that. In addition, there was concern about traffic coming in and out of Project 8 and being able to make a right turn into the Fountain Hills. So the exiting that you see here is a right turn in and a left turn out. There will not be a right turn allowed going into Fountain Hills out of Project 8. The other entrance at the further to the west, those are entrances. Those are it's not exiting. So we think that we've covered what their concerns were with what we've done.
And one of the comments I think you'll hear is some concerns from the neighborhood. There is currently some landscaping in the median along this area. That was not required by the approved plans. It's never been shown on the approved plans. And we have removed that landscaping and heavily landscaped the pool area in order to make all of the traffic improvements and get the right in, left out only. I'm going to go briefly through all of the traffic improvements for North Platte Purchase and Project 7 and 8. Janelle Clayton is going to come up and explain to you the traffic studies that have been done and why we believe our requests of MoDOT are correct and work better. But briefly, there are northbound dual left turn lanes at the Project North Platte Purchase and Project 7 and 8 intersection. Those are shown right here. There's a northbound right turn lane. There's an additional southbound lane between the intersection and the on-ramp, and then there is the traffic signal. For the improvements to North Platte Purchase and North Fountain Hills Drive intersection, there are additional turn lanes, both in the eastbound direction, the northbound direction, and then there is the traffic signal. So and for the future roadway improvements, there are a number of improvements. These are all listed in your staff report. They've all been reviewed by, they were recommended in the traffic study. They've been reviewed by Jeff Bryan with your city traffic engineering staff, and we're in agreement with all of those. And then Janelle, I'll have you talk about the traffic impact study and our current ongoing discussions with MoDOT.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Janelle Clayton with Merge Midwest Engineering, located at 2668 West Catalpa Street in Olathe, Kansas. And McClure Engineering, first off, did a detailed interchange study, just looking at the actual interchange of 152 and North Platte Purchase. And then I completed the traffic impact study for the MPD development. But we worked closely together from day one to make sure all of our assumptions were the same for the amount of traffic that was going to be generated, so we could be all on the same page with that. McClure analyzed the interchange in all different configurations, and a diverging diamond was ultimately selected as the best option there. As part of their analysis, we had to go above and beyond a typical traffic impact study for the MPD, mostly because we really wanted to look at how the interchange was going to work with North Platte Purchase Drive and Fountain Hills intersection so close. And we knew MoDOT would be concerned about the access being close to the interchange. So we looked at many different access scenarios, and we used a tool that kind of goes above and beyond a typical engineering study, traffic engineering study, a VSIM analysis that looks at the interaction of the corridor as a whole. A lot more work goes into those studies, and you're just really getting more detailed level analysis with those. So we looked at the access point into the development as no access, the right in, right out, 3/4 and full access option. Ultimately, we decided that a 3/4 access was going to give us the best traffic operations, because it kind of helps disperse that northbound left turn traffic. If we concentrate all that at Fountain Hills, it kind of blew up that intersection at Fountain Hills and required much more geometrics there and even worse queuing. So it helps disperse the traffic with that. And I should note that we were really conservative in our assumptions when we developed the traffic. We included all the adjacent planned developments around the area. And as we know, if some of those are still in planning stages, we don't know if those will ever come to fruition, but we included all those traffic scenarios. And we also are kind of going on the assumption that all this is happening at once, where we know, school traffic isn't there in the summertime, where the soccer complex is probably going to be the most busy. And we also, to be consistent with the interchange study, our future growth projections, we grew 22 years. A typical process for that is normally 20 years. So we had even additional volume there. We also, I'd like to note, we did look and kind of analyze a theater on the west side of North Platte Purchase. And again, that would just load a lot more traffic, basically adding 25% more traffic turning left, which decreased traffic operations overall. So we feel like the theater, for a traffic perspective, works best on the east side. And I think that was all. Oh, also to note, MoDOT wanted us to look at some worst case scenarios in our VSIM analysis. So they made us model, or asked us to model, what happens if lanes are closed on North Platte Purchase Drive and traffic can't get through? What if there's an ice storm and speeds are dropped really low? And what if the signal fails, if detectors don't work, or if there's signal failures, how are things going to operate? So we also looked at those analysis scenarios for them as well, and could show in our analysis that we could still maintain acceptable operations. Thank you.
I think a couple of things that are important for us. I still consider myself to be a lay person compared to the traffic engineering. So I want to go back to this slide to highlight the assumptions that have been used in this traffic study, and highlight the fact that we have done more traffic studies than any normal concept plan at this point in time. But this traffic study was based on a number of assumptions. One is that the future year used was for 2041 to match the interchange study. So for 22 years, we projected this. We've assumed that all of the adjacent developments that we've highlighted earlier for you have been constructed. And then the third is we assume that all the land uses that we're showing within these 8 project areas are operating at the same time. That's not going to be the case. You're not going to have school traffic during the summer generally, or during the holiday time that schools are off. And you typically won't have the athletic complex operating at the same time with the traffic, school traffic. So, and you won't have the theater operating all the time either. So there's been some very, very conservative analysis to make sure that this traffic will work. And then this slide that Janelle has talked about, where this is what we're proposing with the diverging diamond, is 3/4 access at project area 7 and 8. And that works best according to all the extensive analysis that have been done. Gary is now going to talk a little bit about the approved interchange improvements for this area.
Yeah, the current bridge is currently under design to be converted to a divergent diamond interchange. Olson Engineering is handling that. There was a cost share agreement that was formalized a few months ago between Kansas City, Missouri and MoDOT. And in that agreement, MoDOT is allowing Kansas City, Missouri to handle the design, and then the construction will be handled by MoDOT. But this will become a divergent diamond interchange. The bridge in its current width is workable, load standards and so forth. The design of this divergent diamond, I believe, is scheduled to be completed sometime in early October. The diamond interchange itself will start construction around the 1st of March, weather permitting. So by fall of 2021, we should have a divergent diamond interchange. That's a copy of the cost share agreement between KCMO and MoDOT that was signed on March 5th, 2020.
Now we want to take you through a video to really see how all of these parts are working together.
How much time do you think we got left here on your
Probably
presentation?
15 minutes, I would guess.
Yeah, because we've got a hard dead time of 2 o'clock to be out.
Okay.
So if we can. I understand it's a big project, it's a great project, and there's a lot to go over. But
we will.
Basically, the black line is showing you the pattern that we'll follow. We'll start out by the divergent diamond interchange and go north on Platte Purchase. This is going north on Platte Purchase. To the right, you can see the convenience store. Back to the further right, that's the B&B Theater. You can see pedestrian.
it's not showing up on our screen.
Not showing
yet,
up?
So.
Problem for you not to see.
There we go.
All right. All right. Now we're
We're gonna make you hungry.
We're going to
during
make you
this.
hungry here. This is some of the restaurants along Platte Purchase Drive. Again, you can see the B&B back in the background there. Now we're coming up on the intersection of Fountain Hills Drive and Tiffany Springs. Now we're looking east on Fountain Hills Drive, and there you can see the pool house and the pool that it's all screened. Back to more food and laughter and eating. Now we'll turn left on Tiffany Springs, be headed west. Again, you can see the commercial fronted up along Tiffany Springs Road. Nice landscaping, plenty of pedestrian walkway, sidewalk seating. Quality architecture throughout. And then again, the streetscape is very nicely landscaped. Now we're going to turn left into what we call Project 7, which is the development to the east of soccer fields. And we start out with the commercial, restaurants, retail, and so forth. Then we'll be going into the office section of this. These are two-story office buildings that can be both stories office, or you can put retail on the bottom, office above, depending on what the market dictates. And then there's a roundabout, beautifully landscaped. Then you see the multifamily buildings. There's 4 of these altogether. There's 230 Class A apartments. Now we are headed west once again on that internal road that connects Platte Purchase to the soccer fields. Off to the right, you can see the school campus. You can see the school building sticking up. And then immediately, that's the food court truck for the food vendors to come and sell their great food. More food. Now this is the soccer complex, or the sporting complex. Again, these are professionally graded fields. You can see the high school or the school campus there in the far off distance. And you begin to see the short-term rentals and hotels and so forth that will front along the sports complex. We've designed that sports, or the short-term rental, where those balconies will overlook the sports fields for families. But that is Twin Creeks Village.
Our final presentation is with regards to the conditions in your staff report that we're asking to be modified. And we're bringing that up. So we're requesting you to revise several staff conditions. There are 6 out of 51, which is not very many given the size of this development. 3 of those, I believe that the staff is in agreement with. I'll highlight those for you now, which are number 3, number 4, and number 6. Number 3 is to talk about when we're going to construct the old Stagecoach Road improvements. And those are currently they are going to be in the KCI TIF plan. Number 4 is there's a general condition basically that says that we have to construct all traffic improvements as required by the traffic study. We already know what those are, and those are contained in your staff report at the end. Number 6 is to add a condition phrase at 51, or to revise it to read that says that the applicant dedicate a 40-foot trail easement as provided in the agreement with the city for the trail dedication. We've already executed a cooperative agreement between the city and our entities for the trail dedication. So I do not believe, and I'm looking at both Joe and Zach, that staff has an objection to those revisions.
Could you repeat it one more time? I'm sorry.
I said, I don't believe you have an objection to the requested revisions in number 3, 4, and 6. I don't know, Joe.
That's correct.
So the areas of dispute are number 1, 2, and 5, and we're going to go through those in a little bit of detail, and we will keep time in mind, and we'll just move to those slides. We're asking you to delete condition 1C, which requires the theater relocation to the west side of Platte Purchase rather than the east side where we have it. Dennis McIntyre is here in the audience, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about the reasons for B&B selection. Remember, it's B&B who's risking all the money, and its belief that it needs to be in this corner versus on the west side of Platte Purchase Road. So with that, Dennis.
Advance it to that map.
Thank you, commissioners and staff for hearing us. B&B is very excited about this project. I live in Liberty, so this is going to be a great option for us. For those who don't know, B&B Theaters is a Northland-based theater chain. We're the 6th largest in the U.S. with 50 locations, 10 of those locations in the KC metro area. We are family-owned and operated, with all of the ownership and all of the executive team living in the Northland. So this is a project that's very near and dear to our hearts. Very quickly to clarify a couple things. The entertainment complex we're proposing is actually an 8-screen theater that has the ability to, infrastructure been built for a 12 screen, so it could expand. But at this point, we feel the demand is for an 8-screen theater. It will also house 12 lanes of bowling, 4,000 square feet of arcade space, a small restaurant. It's and luxury entertainment complexes is what we're referring to. I don't know that we've gone into depth exactly what that big building is. It's 60,000 square feet inside, 22,000 square feet outside. Our biggest concern, and this is where we can go straight to that slide, Patricia. Our biggest concern is in our industry, it's called a competitive zone. Our policy is to stay outside of the 3-mile radius of existing first-run theaters. While it's not an industry requirement, it is the norm in our industry, and anything inside of that 3-mile would create a film buying issue with the certain studios. If you look at that map, Project 8 actually falls outside of the 3-mile radius of Berrywood 24. While if we were moved into Project 5 or 7, which would be the normal place to move the retail, we would actually be inside of that radius. We pay film rental back to the studio for the right to exhibit their product for short periods of time. As part of that rental agreement, the studio agrees not to make the movie available to other entities while we are playing the movie. Those entities could be other theaters, they could be libraries, they could be municipalities with movies in the park and different things like that. Another theater can locate in the competitive zone, but this could trigger a process called allocation. Allocation does not allow for both theaters to play the same movie at the same time. So Avengers comes out, it plays at either Berry Road, or if we moved over into that other location, it would play at our location. It would not play at both. In theory, the movies are split evenly, but any product, I guess the best way to put it is, if we lost Avengers and Star Wars in the same year, we would not be a profitable theater. It just will not work that way. The dynamics of our finance will not work that way. So we use a 3-mile radius. There's some other different things. It's based on studios. And so moving over, even across the street, would effectively kill the theater project, in our opinion. And 2 recent Kansas City issues with this type of allocation is in 2010, AMC Berry Road. AMC Berry Road's already been there, but Studio Movie Grill moved into Zona Rosa, and actually Studio Movie Grill was replaced in the Majestic Theater. And in both cases, they were out of business within a year because of this allocation process. They could not get enough movies to make it profitable for them. And then the other one that's been in the news lately is AMC in Town Center 20 and Cinetopia 18 at Prairie Fire. Again, a competitive situation where neither place played all the movies all the time. Cinetopia opened in 14, and I can tell you that we started hearing the ability to purchase that facility in 16. And it ultimately was purchased by AMC in May of 19. So that's our major issue with moving that property, moving over to the other property. We do feel that there are some other components to consider as well, which we've outlined in the PowerPoint. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
No, it just quit advancing on me. Oh, there. The other issues that are outlined in the slide previous to this deals with available space. There's not enough available space on the west side. It also causes major issues with traffic, and as Janelle referred to in her traffic testimony, it would not work from a traffic perspective. And it also is our anchor, but the biggest one, and you've heard Dennis's testimony, I think Commissioner Crowell will tell you that that theater in the Zona Rosa Shopping Center remains vacant to this day. And that is largely to do, well, it has everything to do with the competitive zone. This slide addresses the traffic issues. We've studied the traffic. If you move the theater to the west side, it would increase the critical Saturday peak hour, northbound left turn volume 24% at project 7 and 8. It would add 75 vehicles. And this would be anticipated to add at least 50 feet to the northbound left turn queue, causing traffic to spill back to the westbound ramp 152 ramp crossover intersection, which MoDOT has adamantly stated is not a situation that they would agree to. So that's the first condition we're asking you to delete. The next one we're asking you to delete is staff condition 1D, and that is where staff says realign all adjacent units, all residential units adjacent to North Line Creek Parkway to front the parkway. We've dashed those in red on this slide. This is what's going to happen, because keep in mind this product is different than Ward Parkway, the products along Ward Parkway, or the Thornhill products. This is starter homes. So you're going to have smaller lots with more driveways that would then be onto the Line Creek Parkway. In the Boulevard and Parkway standards is 88-323-03, which is on the left side of the screen. And it states that 1 and 2 unit residential structures may back onto a parkway with the following requirements. We've highlighted in red what we're asking to deviate from. So B says a 60-foot no-build landscape buffer to be platted as a tract. So we've got the outline of the house on this slide on the right. We've dimensioned out what the setbacks are. So from the back of the house to the rear property line is 20 feet. We also have planned, and this will be a homes association tract, a 30-foot landscape buffer, which is the requirement for this. It says the first 30 feet of the landscape buffer adjacent to a parkway right-of-way shall be a parkway landscape easement. In general, the city shall be responsible for the maintenance of the 30-foot parkway landscape easement. So what the standards ask for is an additional 30 feet that the city is going to maintain and be responsible for maintaining. We've heard from parks that they don't have enough funds to maintain their parks and their parkways the way it is. We also have planned 39 feet of right-of-way from our landscape buffer area to where the lanes of the parkway will be located.
So quick question on those. Is there proposed fence for the homes?
I don't know that we planned a fence. We have to have a landscape buffer area. It may be that people want fences.
Okay.
I would believe that, knowing what the staff would tell me, is that those fences would have to be consistent in material, so they couldn't change back and forth.
And is there a sidewalk along here as well? Okay.
When the parkway is constructed, there'll be a sidewalk along the parkway. This is a portion of North Line Creek Parkway that we don't know when it will ever be built. It could be 20, 30, 40 years from now before this is going to be built. So to think that we're going to have to put in 30 feet of landscaping buffer when the parkway is not even built and the Parks Department is going to maintain it is in my mind, it's fantasy because the Parks Department doesn't have time to be out there maintaining areas where they don't have a constructed parkway. So that's our request, is that you waive or you deviate, you allow the deviation. So the area of the buffer that the Parks Department is required to maintain is not provided, but we will maintain and have a homeowner's landscape buffer area. The next, the final revision request is Water Services is requesting that the developer construct a 30-inch transmission main for the city's overall streets, our overall water system. It's not a requirement to service our MPD plan. The developer is extending the water mains as required to serve the Twin Creeks development, and you can see what we're extending to serve our overall MPD plan is shown in the heavy blue line along here. Their request that we construct a main for future projects is not reasonably related to the impacts that are created by our MPD plan. We're not opposed to dedicating the easement that that Water Services will need. We also want to highlight that this water line and this extension is already part of the plat purchase TIF plan. So it's already a project within that TIF plan. It will be constructed through that TIF plan. The cost of this alone is about $800,000. And it will benefit the adjacent landowner who has plans to develop that property residentially that he has not yet developed. So what we're asking you to do is to revise the condition to state that the developer shall dedicate a water main easement 25 feet in width along the west side of North Platte Purchase Road from Northwest 95th Street to the north edge of the MPD plan. And remove the requirement that we actually construct it as a part of our MPD plan. I don't know if Gary has anything else to add. We appreciate all of the time. We know this has taken a much longer time than most normal developments take. We would respectfully request that you approve this MPD plan and make the amendment to the KCI area plan subject to the staff conditions with the requested revisions we've highlighted in slide 38. And we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Obviously, it is a very large project, a lot going on there and different things. Well presented, and in my opinion, I think it'll be a great addition to the Northland. But it does sound like there's a couple of things to talk through. But before we go through these conditions, I think we ought to see if there's any questions from the commissioners first, and then go through our public testimony, and then come back and address all those things at the end. Is that okay with everybody?
Fine.
Okay. So first, are there any questions from the commissioners regarding this case that they would like to ask?
This is Forestine. I do have just something minor.
Okay.
Regarding the school, I kept hearing reference to middle school and high school. Are there accommodations for elementary school included in this plan?
I think I can answer that on behalf of the school district. My understanding is currently the middle school that is located south of 152 off 85th Street will be relocated to the new school campus. And then that existing middle school will be converted to an elementary school.
Okay, thank you. And then there's reference to soccer. Are they not playing any other types of sports for the high school, track and football and that type of thing?
Yeah, the sports facility on Project 6 is multifaceted. They will have not only soccer, but lacrosse, there's baseball provisions. The fields that basically are shown on the school ground are there are the softball fields that will be leagued, but there's a track there, and then there's some practice facilities. But I believe the intent on both Sporting Kansas City and Platte R3 School District is to work out an agreement where the Friday Night Lights games will be held in the stadium.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a few questions. So one is that, can you clarify for the buildings that are adjacent to streets, is the main entry on the street side or is it on the parking lot side? I'm just trying to get a sense of where people are approaching it from. And then maybe second to that, can you speak to the pedestrian connections between the 8 areas of development?
You mean for the school?
No, for all of the project. I don't feel like I got a sense from your presentation how pedestrians move about the site. So I'm trying to understand how they both enter the building. Are they coming from the street side? Are they coming from the parking lot side? And then also how pedestrians move between, let's say, development 1 and 2 or 1 and 6, 5 and 7, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there are road cuts that will come into these projects. Just like in the video, when we turned into project number 7, there will be a road coming in. There are, into project 7, I believe, 2 entrances off of Tiffany Springs Road. There's a third one that a couple of different ones going into project 6. Project 8 has entrances off of Platte Purchase. We have a entrance off of project 7 that has not been approved by MoDOT yet, off of Platte Purchase. And then there will be entrances off Fountain Hills Drive into project 8. As far as project 5, those entrances will be coming off of Tiffany Springs Road. And then there will be a main entrance coming off of Tiffany Springs Road to go into the school property. And then there will be another entrance off of Lion Creek Parkway that will go into where the middle school is located. We've looked at this 100 different ways to make sure the traffic patterns are consistent and flow smoothly. And as Janelle said, our traffic studies, I would be embarrassed to tell you how much we've spent on traffic. Pedestrian, there's pedestrian crossover throughout this project. We, in fact, have donated about 14 acres of ground to the trail system that will run down along Lion Creek Parkway as it goes up towards Erica's Place. We just agreed to an additional 5 acres that we haven't talked about that will be next to Erica's Place at the just north of that roundabout that for a dog park. So there's going to be a dog park here as well. But for bicyclists, for pedestrians, we've got connectivity throughout. And then an additional from the school to the soccer, obviously, is the pedestrian culvert.
And maybe to clarify, is there bike lanes on most of these streets?
You know, let me get my engineers here.
Good morning, everyone. Matt Kist. We don't have bike lanes on these trails. We've actually got dedicated shared use paths along the roadways on one side of the road, bike lanes. Ashley, to clarify about your pedestrian question, the plan is to also have pedestrian connectivity from parking lots and from the street side, so you can walk back and forth to those buildings.
Okay.
And I was going to say, Commissioner Sadowski, that the design standards also reference that for retail and commercial buildings, that there should be a main entrance adjacent to streets. So there is even though the drawing is more conceptual, the design standards appear to encourage that.
Great. Thank you. One other minor question. Has Kansas City Public Library expressed interest on the library location? I just wanted to understand how far that discussion has gone.
Commissioner Sadowski, it's within the Mid-Continent Library System.
Okay. And have they expressed interest in this site?
I believe Gary's has been talking to them. I mean, that's why we've got alternative uses for that to be a civic building.
Yes, Commissioner, those discussions with the library go back probably a year and a half. And sometimes in this business, time kills deals. And so that's why we have extended the provisions within the MPD district for civic and medical use.
Okay, that's all I have.
Hey, anybody, any of the other commissioners online have questions?
Yeah, one more, Commissioner Enders. With condition 45, would you guys be open to committing to pay, to finance that extension in the future up to 95th Street?
No, we do not believe our development requires it, and it's within the TIF plan, and the TIF plan will be constructing it.
Okay.
So can I confirm one more thing as to neighbors around this development? You only referenced the Fountain, what is it, Fountain View?
Fountain Hills.
Fountain Hills.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no neighboring neighbors to the west and south and north of this development, is all to the east?
Commissioner Beasley, there is some residential uses to the west. We included all of those neighborhoods and those adjacent property owners within our notice that went out to the adjacent property owners for the neighborhood meeting that we held pursuant to the public engagement ordinance requirements. Most of the conversation has been with Fountain Hills.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure everybody was either developed or not developed. I was kind of confused as to if we had housing yet on that side, but okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Hill. I just have a few basic questions just to make sure that I'm tracking along. 1.2, when we approved the rezone to a MPD, it is serving as a preliminary plan, right? And so as we start to think about these phases, my first question is, has there been a proposed timeline set so that we can see how many projects are working concurrently across the 8 phases?
There is an outside timeline in the plan. I believe it's about 40 years. We believe all of these projects will work together, and many will be constructed at the same time. As Joe highlighted for you, prior to beginning development of some of these phases, we will have to obtain the final MPD plan that will be approved by you, as well as many final plats to divide the property ownership up in accordance with those phases.
Okay, and then if there are minor or major amendments, we would see it during that time when you come before us for the approval of the final MPD. Is that correct?
Correct. If staff feels that it does not conform to the approved overall MPD plan, they will discuss with us whether it is a minor amendment or a major amendment. If it's a minor amendment, it is a staff approved plan ability, but you still have to approve the final MPD development plan. If it's a major amendment, we'll go through the same process here that we have to go through now for the overall plan.
And that's binding across developers, right? Because I know that there's construction of the school, we have the Sporting KC, there will be other developers around the residential and commercial aspects, right? So do they come to you first if there are major or minor amendments and then you come together as a group? Or is it that the developer could come before us separately and ask for a modification?
You're correct. It is across the board. This sets the plan of record that everybody has to conform their plans to. And if they don't, then we'll have to deal with amendments. I imagine this has been a very cooperative effort between MD management and the other property owners. We will continue those cooperative efforts as we transform this area.
Well, in my final comments, I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate you all taking the time and presenting a very concise plan. It is the largest plan that I've had to review to date. And so I really appreciate it. Even on the front end, you talking about the return of investment back to the city when you think about a TIF district. So I really appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like the plan. It reminds me of growing up in Dallas and what all the different suburban areas are now and kind of how vibrant they are. I did have one question about parking, and if you guys had done a parking study, and then kind of secondly, would you be willing to kind of adjust parking as you develop to fill a need?
I think in the end, the finished product will dictate parking. So if adjustments are warranted, I mean, obviously, we will make that adjustment. A lot of these buildings are placeholders. And we don't know exactly what that use will be, whether it's a restaurant or if it's retail. Obviously, restaurants require more than retail. And so we're going to have to make those adjustments. But the placeholders that we have and the count that we have in there, we're comfortable with that count. But if the actual end user doesn't require as much, we will be prepared to make changes.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none from the commission, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So at this time, if there's anybody in the audience here that would like to speak, so we'll take care of the live ones first, and then those that are online. Please raise your hand so that Joe can get you promoted up in order to speak. So. Yep,
It does look like you have some people.
So go ahead.
Go ahead and come up.
Is there a way to stop sharing the screen? Sorry, so we can see. Sorry, this is Commissioner Hill.
I don't know how to switch it back. She wants to be able to see people in the chambers.
Oh. Wondering if. Yeah, I don't know if we have that.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Mike McGrew, 5775 Northwest 64th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I would like to speak in support of the Twin Creeks MPD. Andrew Danner at Winfield Management couldn't be here today and wanted to speak in support of it as well. I speak as a resident of the KC region and as a fan of the Northland. I work in Platte County because I feel the most transformative growth in the KC region will occur in the Northland over this decade. After reviewing this plan, I feel it achieves the tough task of creating a large-scale project that weaves into the fabric of the region and still provides a live, work, play lifestyle for existing and future residents. I just wanted to briefly highlight 3 items that I really appreciate. First is the development of the high school and middle school. I think this will lead to a dramatic positive impact on the lives of children and parents in the Northland. Second is when I was reviewing the draft Bike KC master plan, I noticed that this zip code had one of the 5 highest survey response rates to this plan, to their draft master plan. When residents were asked what they wanted in bike infrastructure, they responded that they wanted to be connected to work and shopping areas, to have safe routes to businesses, and connections to sports complexes. I feel this plan succeeds in addressing those wants in a substantial way. And finally, on a personal level, I've got my kids here. My oldest daughter was just accepted into the Sporting Missouri Valley Soccer Club a few weeks ago. And we're excited about it. But note that conditions permitting, all of our games this season are scheduled in Johnson County, Kansas, and we're practicing in Lee Summit North High School. So as someone who believes in the Northland, I'd much rather spend that time up here, catching a meal or a movie after the game with my family and bringing our bikes to ride to Platte Purchase Park, all down to Line Creek, and creating great memories for my kids right here. And I believe if this is built, it will provide that live, work, play balance that so many of us want for our families. So in closing, I think it's a great project and recommend you support this MPD. Thank you.
Yeah, come on. If you're in the audience, go ahead and come on up a little closer so we can motor through.
Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Stevens. I am the immediate past executive director of the Platte County EDC, which is located at 11724 Northwest Plaza Circle. I retired at the end of September, but much of this work had been done in the decade previous. And by decade, I do mean decade. Work was started just looking at high potential growth areas for Kansas City. We did a lot of groundwork, a lot of community input, a lot of public-private partnerships. We're looking for this to be a return on investment that Kansas City has already made. We think that the things that the developer is asking for are reasonable. They have stayed at the table trying to negotiate and make certain that we're meeting what the city asks for. So we certainly hope that you'll continue the growth that we've seen and the potential that this holds for the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Hayes, and I live at 1826 Northwest 92nd Place, which is adjacent to the Platte Purchase Parkway that is being expanded in the development to the west. And I do appreciate MD Management coming forth to us over the period of the past month, or past year, pardon me, expressing, I think, what this development entails. So I do appreciate that. And as Patricia mentioned, I do appreciate or recognize that our development is very excited, I think, about some of the growths to the west. You will hear, I think, from various members of the community that we do have strong opposition to the growth in Section 8 and the additional exits and entrances off of our residential street, Fountain Hills Drive. And we do support the council's decision to, I think, decline those or your opposition to those. And I appreciate hearing that as a community member. What the illustrations failed to illustrate is that there's also a bus stop that's not illustrated in those pictures, probably less than 50 yards from one of those exits. We have children that are biking, riding, scooters, walking, running to this pool. And while they are going to build a new entrance, that exit is still right there by our pool entrance into a residential community. So we do support the growth. We just really encourage you to refrain from rezoning that area for the theater. We would love to have the theater, but the two exits onto Fountain Hills is not appropriate for a residential community. And I appreciate that consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Reich with Platte County School District. I'm the superintendent of schools, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposal. And you know, when it comes to economic development and school involvement, I've always said that you better be at the table or you may be on the menu. And we have been at the table from day one on this project. Gary Hayes and his team has insisted that we are a part of this project, a part of the team, along with many people here in the room behind me. And so I appreciate that. This is what responsible and collaborative economic development looks like, and it should be a model, quite frankly. Economic development, obviously, in this project and this master plan development, these type of things are the lifeblood for school districts. Our school district in particular is mostly funded by local property taxes, and this is obviously a very positive development in that regard. The balance that this development affords our district, we've talked a lot about residential development, and primarily our district has been one of the largest growing residential districts in the state. This commercial development helps maintain some balance so that our tax base is adequate to fund our schools and provide services for students. Obviously, as a team member, not only have we been the beneficiary of a gift of land and the proposal of substantial commercial development along with residential development, we are also investing in this development as well. And as mentioned, we intend to go to the voters in spring of 21 to seek approval for issuance of $100 million in approximately in general obligation bonds about half of that would be invested in this area that we're referring to construct a middle school, which would be the first investment in terms of a capital project on this property. So we are investing. The master plan site, over 80 acres, will eventually represent well over $100 million in construction of school facilities. And to answer the commissioner's questions earlier, this will be a comprehensive school site with all sports amenities that are typically accompanying a middle school and high school complex. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Randolph. I live at 9215 North Charbo in the Fountain Hills subdivision. And I just want to make a statement that in regard to this, I've been to every single meeting that the company's put on. And some of the things that you've seen up here are not actually what go on in that neighborhood. They showed a couple drawings where, in regard to the theater, that the elevation was here and it's a slow slope. The houses that back up from Mulberry are on about a 40-degree angle. That where the building is going to be extremely high, regardless of whether you put in a buffer or you put in a fence or anything else. The other biggest issue is that I raised my kids in this neighborhood. I was in the first plat. I bought a house here in 06. The fact being is that my kids have, been to that pool since its inception. And unfortunately, the amount of kids that I see in there and the things that happen, the amount of traffic that we have, trying to get out of the neighborhood when there's a Costco weekend, big holiday, anything along those lines, you just can't do it. You can't get off the highway. Even Emerging Diamond, because of the fact that it's going to extend farther to the north or to the south, still does not provide any, access for our neighborhood or any security for our neighborhood to not be overwhelmed by what is being projected here. I think the plan is great to the west. Hey, that's great. If you wanted to put the B&B farther north in plat 7 or 5 or whatever it is, put it up there. You're outside the 3-mile range. It wouldn't be in our backyard. We wouldn't have people, worried about what's going on there. So anyway, I'm in favor of the plan to the west, the section 8 of it. I just can't put anything behind that just because of the fact that a rezoning and the issues that are being presented with the traffic, that are only being managed by now standards instead of future standards is just not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience?
My name is Brian Johning with Superior Bowen, speaking in favor of the project. I just wanted the Planning Commission to know that there'll be hundreds, if not thousands, of construction jobs provided as a result of this development. Thus far, MD management has been very intentional about providing union labor and skilled trades. And we are very intentional about exceeding minority participation with women-owned business and disadvantaged business enterprise. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Diedrich, COO with Sporting Kansas City. Just wanted to compliment MD management. This has been an extremely collaborative process between the multi-sport complex that has been approved by council for there, as well as the surrounding residential, retail, and school system. We think that this could be a state-of-the-art campus, not only for Kansas City, but for this region and even for the country. And we anticipate that we'll be able to attract a lot of regional and national tournaments to this area where individuals would be utilizing this campus as well as the Swope Park for all of the play, and that they would be staying in our hotels and eating in the restaurants and the like. So we think it'll be a strong economic engine. We also submitted and presented our bid to FIFA for Kansas City to be the 2026 World Cup host. And that presentation went extremely well recently, and we do believe that that will also have an impact on this area for this city as well. So we're in 100% support of the plan as proposed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Matt Tapp. I am the Executive Director for the Platte County EDC. Alicia Stevens, my predecessor, did a fantastic job highlighting that transition, but I wanted to speak in support of this project from a super regional perspective. Obviously, this project would generate tremendous tax generation with property and sales tax, but let's not forget, regionally speaking, it will help further spark and be the catalyst for our efforts to attract major employers in the Ambassador, Congress, and I-29 high-tech corridor. So please bear in mind the regional impacts as well of this project. Thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience? Okay, seeing none. So Joe, do we have any that have raised their hand online?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have Regina Lambrecht first, and then someone named Amber, followed by Ryan Peters.
Okay.
I've already promoted Regina, so Regina, you should be able to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. My name, as was stated, my name's Regina Lambrecht. I am a resident of Fountain Hills. Address is 1700 Northwest 93rd Street. And thank you very much for allowing me to participate via Zoom. I am, a couple of concerns I have, and it's related into Project 8. Number one is the convenience store. A concern I have is that the construction material wouldn't actually match up with the businesses in that area. And I am also concerned about a lot of traffic coming on and off right there at Platte Purchase. And I just think it would increase the traffic heavily. I'm echoing Kelly Hayes and Eric's sentiments that they had about traffic and how it relates to Fountain Hills. Secondly is regarding the B&B Theater. And I think the elephant in the room that hasn't been talked about here is COVID-19. And there was an article in the Kansas City Business Journal in May about B&B Theater and their financial difficulties that they are in right now because of that. And I think, you know, maybe we're putting the cart before the horse on a lot of things because there's no cure for COVID. There's nothing in the near future for it. And people aren't going to movies. New movies aren't coming out right now. I don't know who's going to want to stick their hand in a bowling, in a bowling ball. And I think there's a lot of concerns there. So we do not want a movie theater coming into Project 8 that may eventually go out of business. That is a huge concern. And, there's also an article in the Kansas City Star, June 28, 2020, about all the money that is being spent. And it's just very, very expensive for the city. And there's concerns there. I heard today the first mention of a dog park that was not presented in a few of the meetings that we had before, the public meetings. And so if, say, the movie theater, perhaps we could put the dog park in that location. I mean, there is a great dog park down in the riverfront area that's doing quite profitable, and that might be a good thing that could go there. By the same token, if the movie theater didn't go there, I'm not real keen on any apartments being relocated over in that area, because I think that also creates a huge amount of traffic because it's multifamily homes that would take up that area. There was 230 apartments mentioned. And like I said, I think that would just be a tremendous amount of traffic. I appreciate you letting me speak, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person I'm promoting now is Amber.
So Amber, I think you just went on mute. As you unmute yourself, please state your full name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Amber Sutton, and I am a resident of the Fountain Hills community at 1808 Northwest 92nd Terrace. I am in support of the growth. I do have the concerns that were mentioned by other neighbors in regards to Section 8 and the traffic with our children in the area. walking to the pool and riding their bicycles, and having an entrance to that size of zoning for residential being right next to our pool where our children are, along with the bus stop. I'll echo that sentiment. I did have a question specifically in regards to if I saw that there is some screening going to be done around the pool, and I didn't know if there has been discussions about any privacy fencing or any fencing done along the east side of Platte Purchase in the neighborhood for all the cul-de-sacs that line the street. With the increased level of traffic, I didn't know if there was any discussions around not necessarily gating the community, but protecting our Fountain Hills neighborhood from that.
Okay. Probably what we'll do is we'll hold on to that question and let the applicant answer this as well as all the others that have been generated. Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Ryan Peters.
Hi, Ryan. Looks like you've been promoted, and as you come off mute, we please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, this is actually Whitney Peters. Ryan Peters is my husband. I live at 1607 Northwest 93rd Terrace, which is in the Fountain Hills subdivision. I, like others, have concern about the section 8 that is going in directly to the southwest of our neighborhood. My main concern is also the traffic at Fountain Hills Drive and North Platte Purchase. If you'll look at the drawings from MD Management, that is going to be a 5-lane road going into and out of our neighborhood that children will be walking to, especially with the school and the library across the street. We have quite a bit of businesses we're talking into the section 8 portion, including bars where people could be drinking, a lot with the fast casual where people are trying to run in at high speeds and then getting back out at that intersection with our children being there. I would absolutely hate to read in the future that a child was hit there because of the concrete jungle that's being created in that section, especially if it were one of mine. And then also I have concern with the section 8 having fast casual or other extreme businesses, extreme large businesses coming into that section, and then maybe not being able to sustain it, as Regina mentioned, with the COVID-19. And so having kind of disintegrating conditions right there at the beginning of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Sarah Doman.
Hi, Sarah. As you take yourself off mute, you've been promoted. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, everybody. My name is Sarah Doman, and I am also a resident of Fountain Hills. I live at 9219 North Jarboe Street. I would like to echo my concern with the section 8 of the development. I am in favor of the west side. However, I am concerned about section 8 and the traffic. As we know, currently this is zoned for B2, so we understand that there is going to be commercial here. I've lived here for 14 years. I've always known that there was going to be commercial there. However, if we do rezone this to be an MPD, it is going to allow a movie theater to move in, and I am 100% against that. The reason for that is we are looking at bringing in an occupancy, potential occupancy of over 4,000 people in that section. with all it once it's all been developed. That is an extreme amount of people coming in and near our neighborhood and around our pool area. There are many small children, as you all are aware. This is an area that is growing. We have extreme amount of children in this area. We do a lot of social activities in our neighborhood, especially around the pool area during the summer months. The pool area is a stop for before and after school activities. So children will be getting on and off the bus before and after school. And during summer school, that is a stop for the summer school children. Actually, I was driving past it the other day, and there was probably, I would say, a good 30 to 40 kids sitting up there with their parents. So I'm very concerned about that, and I am definitely not in favor of bringing the B&B Theater to that area. However, with that being said, I do think the B&B Theater is a good opportunity for family, you know, if we can get COVID under control. But I would like to see that moved over on the opposite side. So with that, thank you for listening, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Jody Barker.
Hi, Jody.
Okay.
You don't mind stating your full name and address, please, for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Jody Barker. I live at 1234 Northwest.
Looks like you're off mute, but we are having a hard time hearing you. Now you're back on mute.
How about now?
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much. I don't know if you need my address, I can restate. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to speak in full support of the project. As a Fountain Hills resident, I've attended all the meetings that MD Management hosted, and they were very attentive to listen to the concerns that were presented. They made proper adjustments in reconfiguring things, and did a lot of things that a lot of developers would not do out of respect for the neighbors in the residential area. Been very good corporate partners to be neighbors with, and I can see that that's going to continue. So I just wanted to speak in full support and encourage this committee to move forward with the project as presented by MD.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Last person with their hand raised is Sean Thomas.
Okay. Sean, as you come off mute, please state your full name and address for the record, please.
There we go. Can you guys hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, please.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Thomas. I'm a resident of Fountain Hills. I reside at 1821 Northwest 92nd Place. I just want to echo the comments of several other individuals within the Fountain Hills development. I think overall we are very excited about the proposed development to the west of us. The biggest concern being the section in section 8 as you enter into the housing development. And I guess one thing that I didn't hear that I would just like to bring to light is the plot of land and what is being proposed in particular with the movie theater, and then some fast food restaurants and a convenience store. That is not a very large area to put all of those businesses there. And I just think from an overall beautification of our development, and to echo the concerns of it being directly right across from where the pool and just the sheer amount of children causes concern. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe, that's raised their hand?
No one else.
Okay, hearing none and seeing no further comments, we're going to go ahead and close public testimony. Sounds like there were several things that were brought up from public testimony that I think we ought to just at least take a look at and address. So applicant, I'll let you, if you have a list, I'll let you do that because I know you do.
I do.
Otherwise, I've got one.
I do have a little bit of a list
Okay.
and we'll address those.
Okay.
First, I would like, since there's some reference to COVID-19, I didn't think that was not to be expected. Dennis McIntyre is probably the best person to address that as to how he believes that may affect his industry and the family's investment in this area. So Dennis?
I didn't even have COVID in my notes. And I think there were two reasons. One is flashbacks to the last 6 months, 6 weeks. But also because we look at this as a long-term investment. We don't look at this as 6 months ago. 6 months ago, I didn't know what COVID was. None of us knew what COVID is. We're better prepared for it now. But there is going to be a vaccine. We're optimistic that all of that's taken care of. But having said that, this is for just B&B theaters. This will be in excess of $20 million investment. We have to go to banks. We have to prove to them that the business model is correct. So if for some unforeseen situation that COVID is still here a year from now or 2 years from now, we're not going to be able to borrow the money. The theater doesn't get built. The theater only proceeds if, and the entire development only proceeds if we get back to some type of normal. So we are very cognizant of it. We're very concerned. I think it was Regina mentioned product. The studios have held product back until August. We are starting to see, we believe Mulan will be released in the middle of August. And once that happens, you'll see other, right now the studios aren't making any money. We're not making any money. There's pent up demand. Theaters have been around for 100 years. We're going to be around for another 100 years. If you don't, I would also like to, I have to clarify because it was said in open session, there have been no public notices or any news articles about B&B theaters being in financial trouble because it's not true. Are we struggling now? Yes. Every theater operator, every bowling alley operator, everybody is struggling. But there is, as much as I love them to death, there is another larger theater chain based out of Kansas City to the south. Their financial woes have been documented. We're privately held. You won't hear about us at all. We prefer to keep that quiet. AMC has to publicly disclose what they're doing. And so I think that Regina is getting AMC and B&B theaters confused, but we're around, we've been around since 1924. We'll be around for another 100 years. So I appreciate the ability to clarify that. I was also, there was a question about occupancy on Project 8. Our theater will have 950 seats. The bowling arcade facility, I would bump that up to 1,100 to 1,200 would be the city required occupancy, based occupancy on that. So I'm not sure that Project 8 can ever get to 4,000 occupancy because of the way it's laid out. So I appreciate the ability to clarify that. And thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Krell, I think all of the other testimony focused on Project Area 8. So I would like to refer you back to your PowerPoint to page 26. I'm going to reference the approved plan in that PowerPoint. But let's emphasize again that the site is a B2 zoned area. And that approved plan that is currently the approved plan for the area has more square footage of building area than what we're proposing for Project Area 8. It also has two accesses shown onto Fountain Hills Drive. And those are full accesses. Those are not the accesses that we had designed to address the concerns that we heard. And the building is also closer to the backyards of the adjacent Fountain Hills area. And loading and unloading also takes place on that plan behind the area rather than the front of it. MD has spent an incredible amount of time really looking at the interaction of Project 8 compared to the Fountain Hills pool and making changes and revisions to address the concerns. The fact of the matter is we have to have accesses into Project Area 8 from Fountain Hills Drive. And we have designed those accesses to discourage traffic into the Fountain Hills neighborhood. So with that, I believe we've done everything we can to address and to lessen any impacts and to buffer the Fountain Hills pool, including going to the expense of moving the drive into the current pool. I don't know if Gary has anything else to add, but we would request that you approve the plan with the conditions that we have requested be revised.
No, I really don't have anything to add to what Patricia said. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but please understand that there's lots of time, lots of sleepless nights that's gone into this plan, and we think it's a great plan. And we've taken every comment from the public into consideration in our design, and we think we've accomplished everything that we can.
Mr. Chairman, this is Forestine. Can I have Ms. Jensen? She touched on it just now, and I'm still a bit confused now. From the testimony from the residents, they were talking about the pool. I was under the impression that the pool in the plan is new. So is there an existing pool that is causing this other discussion to take place? And if so, where is it? Because I don't see it on what we were looking at.
Commissioner Beasley, I can't pull up my PowerPoint. I don't know if somebody can. There is an existing pool on the north side of Fountain Hills Drive for the Fountain Hills pool. So we're pulling it up quickly. What I referenced as being relocated is the existing drive that goes into the parking lot of the pool. We have moved that existing drive further to the east, so it does not conflict with our two drive entrances into the Fountain Hills or into Project Area 8.
Forestine, if you take a look at page 31 of the.
Okay, so let me stop y'all. I saw all of that and I realized that was the drive for the pool. I just need to have confirmation that's an existing pool, or is that a new pool that drive is addressing?
It's an existing pool.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify, because in the plan you're showing another pool that is more in the development.
Yeah, that's
okay.
that's for the residential to the east or to the west of purchase.
Okay, no, that's all I wanted to clarify is there are two pools we're talking about, not one. The existing pool that you've already addressed with the turn lanes and moving of the entries. And then you had mentioned the other pool that had the plaza around it that was with the apartments. I just wanted to confirm what we were talking about.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think another question that came up was not only the screening around the pool, and that was landscaping, but some fencing, and I believe that was along North Platte Purchase Drive, is what I understand, and I think the caller was Amber and looking to see if there's any going up along the roadway there, especially from the cul-de-sacs that are existing and anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all we're showing is a landscape buffer and a berm there, but adding a fence between the pool, well, there is a fence around the pool currently, but we can definitely look at a fence along that berm somehow if that makes sense. But the pool is fully fenced at this time.
Along the east property line of project area 8, we've got a solid fence.
Okay.
Are the sidewalks proposed just normal width along that Fountain Hills Road?
They're existing sidewalks right now, so yes, they're normal.
Purchase Drive, which is talking about, because those that purchase
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's see, trying to think of, I think that was all the questions that came up, mainly the concerns. And can you remind us one more time about, so you have the traffic light that's at the Project 8 Drive and Project 7 Public Street, that's just south of Fountain Hills. That is under the MoDOT jurisdiction, is that correct?
7 and 8 access, yes, is under MoDOT jurisdiction.
And so they will not allow full access?
At this point, they will not allow a full access. What we've been talking to them about is the 3/4 access.
Okay.
That's what our engineers had
There's a condition in the conditions that says we got to work that issue out with MoDOT.
Okay.
Yeah, and obviously, this is Jeff Bryan, Public Works. I'm obviously not with MoDOT, but it's my understanding that they're not in favor of the 3/4 access or the full access. MoDOT would be in favor of either no access or the right in, right out, is my understanding.
Okay. Okay, so now let's take a look at the requested revisions to conditions. So deleting 1C, that was 1 and 1D. So those are ones that I think we've already talked about at great length here. I am curious about the park response on condition 1D and the way those houses have to lay out.
Yeah, let's read through those items. This is Daniel Weber with Parks and Recreation. So the item you're asking about is 1C or 1D, aligning all residential units adjacent to North Line Creek Parkway to face the parkway, which typically we would see, especially with a parkway such as Ward Parkway, where you have all the houses facing the street. In this instance, I think the developer is recommending not doing that and providing a landscape buffer, which I am not aware of any particular objection to currently. So far as I know, we would be good. We would be all right with that. If there's others in the city that want to comment on that, I think that would be a good time.
So, Joe Rexwinkle, City Planning. So the code says that you either back front onto the parkway, or you can have the backside, which is what the developer wants to do. If there's 60 feet of buffer provided between the right of way and the back of the lots. And I think what they're proposing to do is just 30 feet of buffer. So that is really the deviation they're talking about today. What our original recommendation was as staff was that we want them to front, even though the code gives the option of doing frontage on the parkway or backing up to it.
Well, one thing I would like to say to keep in mind, yes, we have an HOA 30-foot buffer there, but there's also a 39-foot park buffer with a sidewalk from the road. So technically you have a 69-foot buffer, which meets the 60-foot setback that the code requires.
Yeah, I think, but that 60 foot is measured from the right of way line
Oh, it is.
to the property line, not to the edge of the street.
Oh, it is. And that's
Yeah.
the reason for the deviation. So,
But again, we don't know when Line Creek is ever going to be built.
Yeah.
And it would be the Parks Department's responsibility to maintain that.
we're dedicating the ground for Line Creek to be built, but the road, when it be built, would be built to the west, not to the east, that would encroach onto the ground that is in question.
So this is Forestine with another question. You keep reference Ward Parkway, and in the testimony they had said these are starter homes that are smaller. Do we have an area of the city that better matches what they're proposing to build that's on a parkway?
I always think about Paseo, but that's a really
Well, I
beautiful.
was thinking of Cleaver Boulevard. We have a section of housing that the backs face Cleaver. That's a boulevard as well, correct? So do we have anything up north that falls into that type of category where it is the smaller starter homes that are abutting to a boulevard?
Commissioner Beasley, I don't believe anything has been constructed in the Northland adjacent to those parkways and boulevards really since the of this type of product since the boulevard and parkway standards were approved.
Well, we have on Maplewoods Parkway, what is future Maplewoods Parkway, east of, can't remember if it's Brighton or Indiana. There are some houses that have been built that are smaller lots. It's not currently a parkway, but it's designated on the major street plan to become one. So they were required to do that. There are some other ones on Maplewoods Parkway that have been built north of 152, but those are larger lots. And I do recall, I don't know if Olafu is still on here, but I do recall a subdivision that the city approved maybe 2 years ago near Maplewoods and about half a mile south of Shoal Creek Parkway on the west side of Maplewoods. And I think the development's under construction now. And they had to do the same thing. They did not, they probably had similarly sized lots as I recall. And they did not want to front onto Maplewoods, so they had to provide that 60-foot buffer, which they did do. They did not get a request a deviation to that.
I guess my issue with this one is we've been given, I think, two kind of not so great options when it comes to it. I think this is a really transformational project, and like the picture about the proposed driveway approach just is really sad. And so, but I do think that there's an opportunity to come up with something creative beyond the buffer with which you get a fence or whatever. And then this as well. So I don't know what that looks like. I hate if this is supposed to be a transformational project, I hate for that kind of parkway to just be just like another thing in Johnson County or something like that. I think we could actually do something interesting that makes it safe and walkable, but also have trees and houses along the front. But I don't know what that would look like in the conditions. But I guess I'm wary of just saying we can go ahead with the buffer as of right now.
I have a question. Would the parkway, would the developer be open to the idea of moving some multifamily along that parkway? Because I feel like it's also sort of a scale issue of having the starter homes, I think, along there is a problem, but could we bring some of the denser, maybe those big house concepts over to the parkway?
I think we already have the big house concept in the location we feel is more appropriate. We need an overall plan that has single family homes too within it. And we believe that where we planned Erica's place is the best place and the most appropriate place on this site.
And I think that is fine. I guess I'm just suggesting that we mix residential types rather than segregate them.
I would generally agree. I don't know how much we can do with this one, but I think in future we should look to mixing more and more because I think that's a vibrant neighborhood.
Commissioners, that was one of our staff's initial suggestions to the applicant when it was discussed about the width of the lots and the number of driveways, was that they encourage, the code even says they can do eyebrow streets to consolidate shared driveways and things like that. So those are all options that they've been aware of. They just have chosen not to revise the drawings accordingly.
Okay. And then number 5 on the list is revised to condition 45 to take out the requirement of the development building the water line all the way to the north along plat purchase to just providing an easement. I think I'll leave that up to Water Services to respond on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Travis Kiefer, Casey Water. The condition reads, the developer shall extend the main to the north edge of the master plan along Plat Purchase Road. Plans must include a 30-foot wide dedicated and exclusive easement for the main extension along Plat Purchase Road that extends to the north edge. This condition is written correctly to maintain compliance with the Casey Water rules and regulations for water main extensions. The very first sentence under the section regarding mains says water mains shall be designed to extend to the boundary lines and corners of each subdivision of land. Then it goes on to say about providing access, providing and along public street right of way. The development code itself, chapter 88, 405-2 talks about compliance with applicable regulations, which includes 88-405-2F about standards, regulations adopted by all boards, commissions, departments, divisions, and agencies and officials of the city, which would include the water main extension rules and regulations. Eighty-eight 40503 talks about what improvements are required for a development plan, which includes the water supplies, wastewater systems, utilities, and other on-site and off-site improvements. The 88-51605, the approval criteria for the plans, talks about 88-51605E, the plan must provide adequate utilities based on city standards for the particular development proposed. The development plan as presented does not comply with those sections of chapter 88 since the applicant has not made the necessary plan corrections to show the required easement and extension of the main along Plat Purchase Drive. Good governance and sound growth management policies require developments to build their own infrastructure and upgrade adjacent infrastructure to meet the current standards. They are expected to pay for the extension of water and sewer lines to the limits of their project and fund other improvements to offset the effect of new development on the community services. And these requirements are not enforced. It puts the taxpayers and ratepayers on the hook, covering the cost of this infrastructure and other public services needed to support the new development. The applicant has provided a response in their PowerPoint presentation that indicated the project cost would be approximately $800,000 for this. The extension that we're talking about is for a 30-inch main, but the applicant would only be required for the cost associated with the extension of a 12-inch main. So their cost would be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $230,000, not $800,000. And as we know from several of these projects, including projects that have been constructed through TIF, often the cost is less for mains that are installed by a developer versus just a straight capital project. Indicate that there was no benefit to them from from the main extension, but they do benefit from the flow and pressure stabilization that's provided by that 30-inch main in this area. The main, it was also brought up that the TIF would construct the main. Well, the developer is obligated to construct the main. The TIF is not obligated to construct the main. The TIF may construct the main as part of their TIF project, but it's the developer that has the obligation.
Okay, so just in my curiosity, so I understand, because I didn't know there was even thought of a 30-inch transmission main as part of discussion, that needs to be extended all the way up. And so just for my benefit, if we can maybe write that on future, so we know the conditions, kind of what that means. And it sounds like it's more of a cost share between developer and water services then to, if they're paying the cost to get to a 12-inch main, then the additional cost to bump it up to a 30 is a cost share from somebody else. Is that correct?
From KC Water, and that is spelled out in the
Okay.
water main extension rules and regulations.
Okay.
But I know that their request was to eliminate the need for the extension and to go down to a 25-foot wide easement, but the minimum easement requirement is 30 feet for that 30-inch line.
Okay. All right. That to me helps kind of clarify up what the requirement is of what the water main is there now, what's expected to go up, and how it gets paid for and that kind of thing. So
We're fine dedicating a 30-foot easement. So you can correct number 6 or number 5 to say 30 feet in width. If you look specifically at the staff report, condition number 45, it doesn't say there's any cost sharing going on. It says the developer shall extend the main to the north edge of the master plan on Plat Purchase Road. Plans must include 30-foot dedicated and exclusive easement for the main extension on Plat Purchase Road that extends to the north edge. That's on the developer's dollar, the way it's written, not how it's been explained by Mr. Kiefer at this point in time. So regardless of what happens today, I think you need to add a phrase in there that clarifies that. Additionally, our obligation is to provide adequate utilities to what we're planning. We have provided that. The policies that he's citing all also have to conform to the law. And the law is that we can be charged conditions that are reasonably related to our requirements. We're providing the water that we need for our plan. So
Again, item 44 did mention that all the main extensions need to be in accordance with the main extension rules and regulations, which is this document, which does lay out the cost share provision.
Okay. In some ways, I do agree that we ought to have some kind of, on the condition itself, just understanding that there is a cost share or something of that nature for 30-inch main. It's just working with the development community in the past. I mean, that's something that it's kind of a surprise, I guess, as you're developing. I understand, you need to put in the main to serve your development, but also when it's a major transmission main that serves a large portion of the city, something that's a little bit different, I think. So I think if we can spell that out or modify that actual condition, that would be great. Okay, I think anything else? Any other questions from the commission about this case for the applicant?
I don't have questions. I have some comments, but I can hold those till.
Okay, I'd like to just make sure we can then close down all the testimony and just have a discussion amongst the commissioners. So if there's anything else, applicant or staff? Okay. All right, so we're going to close testimony and just have a discussion here amongst the commissioners about this case and some of the issues that were brought up.
Can we bring up the panelists again so we can see them?
Which one would you like to see?
Oh,
Just, yeah. Shut that down so you can actually see the.
sorry.
Come on, Mr.
I'm not the best
Come on,
at
Mr. Craig.
technology. the panelists get out of the PowerPoint.
Yes, it's always nice to see the commissioners' bright and shiny faces. Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, so I'm kind of stepping back a little bit from some of the comments that have been made. I wanted to go back to the point about what this plan was intended to do and how that relates to the plan amendment. And Joe, I know you made some comments, so if I'm going in the wrong direction in terms of logic, let me know. But I think I'm really struggling here to understand where the plan fits into the mixed use community concept. And I certainly appreciate all of the work that has gone into this plan and all of the work that has gone into the neighborhood input that got to this plan, but there's several things that I saw don't connect with the mixed use community goals. And so I just thought I'd run through some of those and then we can talk about them as a group. So one is in the mixed use community, as it states in the area plan, medium to higher density residential uses is one of the things that it requests. Now, it also speaks specifically to 12 to 15 units per acre of residential uses and 3,000 square feet commercial per 10,000 square feet of land. Specifically on the residential side, what I'm seeing here is, you know, when I look at those two residential areas, which are the first areas to be developed, look at my map here. So in area 1, that is about 11 units per acre. And then up in project area 2, that's about 3 units per acre. So both of those are significantly lower than what the mixed use community called for. So that's one concern I have. The other is about the just general nature of auto-centric development that's happening here that I think, again, deviates from the goals of the mixed use community. So it talks about compact pedestrian neighborhood oriented services rather than large scale or automotive oriented uses. Much of the streetscape is 5-lane roads. There's seas of parking around most of the buildings. So in total, you have over 6,000 surface parking spots. And you know, the types of residential uses, as I mentioned earlier, are segregated from one another. So you don't get the, as it's described in here, of a diversity and successful pedestrian environment. It's really difficult for people to come to the site and then get out of their cars and access all the other pieces on the site. So I think that's really difficult. The other thing I wanted to comment on is specific to the traffic that we heard from multiple community members, and I think their critique of having children in the area is one that I think resonates particularly with the new soccer fields, is that there is so much of what one person referred to as the concrete jungle that I imagine it's very difficult for children to transverse between, let's say, the Fountain Hills neighborhood over to the soccer fields. So that's a concern. Also, I think just looking at how large this site is, so it's easy to say that it's a mixed use community because there's a lot of uses in this area. But the problem is that in terms of pedestrian bubbles, how far someone's actually willing to walk is less than a half a mile, you know, a 10-minute walk. So half a mile radius would be about 250 acres. So if the first 2 phases exceed that and you don't even get outside of a residential use, I don't see that as being a mixed use community. And I definitely put more weight into what the first phases are calling for versus the latter, because as we all know, as you get later and later into development, things change and you have to make sure that those first uses actually meet the goals that you were wanting to. So I just feel like there's a lot of good things that have been said, but I'm really struggling around the idea that the city is putting this much money into this project and it's really not meeting the goals of the mixed use community plan. So I'd like to put that open for discussion with the other commissioners.
Chairman Kroll, can I just make one comment? Because I think there's some misunderstanding. We've labeled things Project 1 through Project 8, but it does not mean we're moving first on Project 1 and Project 2. We believe Project 8 will move forward too. They are all uses that are working together simultaneously.
So just to clarify, so those wouldn't be considered phases. You're thinking of them more as just individual pieces of one project. Okay.
Will function and work collectively together as they develop.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So can I ask for another clarification regarding the soccer complex? I believe the person that was speaking had mentioned something about 16 to 18 months. When are they anticipating starting on that development?
Yeah, it's my understanding they're in the planning stages right now. In a perfect world, they'd be open in the fall of next year. But depending on how long that design takes and getting through the city process and so forth, I think they're prepared for it to fall into 2022. But they'd like to get that open just as quickly as possible.
Are there plans to make Line Creek Parkway a complete street? Or is that already done, or is the street already done and there's no plans?
It's under construction now. I would ask the portion of Line Creek Parkway, at least between where it currently ends and the roundabout, is under construction. I would ask Dan if he knows, or if anyone. I have not seen the construction drawings for that, so I don't know.
Mr. Kiss knows. He's been doing this.
Was the question about mixed use vehicular and pedestrian of the Line Creek Parkway?
The question was whether Line Creek Parkway qualifies as a complete street.
I'd have to go back and look at the exact definition of that, but Line Creek Parkway is intended to promote vehicular and pedestrian. What's being built is to encourage, there's a separated sidewalk on one side, and then there's the linear Line Creek Trail to kind of give you the meandering path, if you will, along the stream.
Okay, we have an ordinance for this, right? And there's any major parkway or significant improvement should qualify as a complete street, right?
We do, however, we were not given an opportunity to review it. It was essentially permitted and constructed. We don't normally review them anyway,
Okay.
but it was that infrastructure is already under construction, and we had no involvement and weren't consulted.
I just asked because we talk a lot about pedestrian and kids and all this stuff, and the complete streets would go a long way to solving a lot of the concerns. And so I think when we talk about a vehicular mode to get in and out of this place, when we're building like thousands or like a large number of residential units, I think unfortunately, that's an oversight, because it's a major oversight, because it would solve a lot of issues, I think, with bikes and pedestrian, and I don't know.
And
I guess that's unfortunate.
Sorry to interrupt. We did go through the Parks Board and Public Works pretty extensively to talk about what the right configuration is to make sure pedestrians, vehicles, bikes were addressed. So we did look at a bunch of different options early on. It was just not through the CPC process.
Any other questions?
No, I guess just my general points are, I understand Commissioner Sadowski's concerns. I do think overall the plan is pretty good. I generally like mixed kind of housing components, but I don't think it's hard to kind of turn back now. But I don't necessarily agree with deleting condition 1D for requiring residential units to face Line Creek Parkway. I think there's more innovative ways to do it. On delete 1C, I can definitely see the neighborhood's concerns, but they also don't want apartments. So I think we're kind of stuck on what to do there. personally, if I lived in the neighborhood, I would like apartments more than the theater, but I can see both points. So those are my main two concerns based on the staff conditions is I would like to keep 1D, and I would generally be in favor of keeping the requested delete 1C. I think there's opportunity to make it better, but I don't know how we spell that out.
This is Commissioner Enders. I agree with both of those sentiments and appreciate Commissioner Sadowski's comments as well. My fear with deleting 1D or with 1D is that it would be easier to extend the 30 feet buffer to 60 feet than it would be to redesign a development that has homes facing a road that will hopefully be constructed at some point. So I think that unfortunately the opportunity cost there isn't great, and that I would prefer to allow the exception. And in regards to 1C, I'll again echo what was just said in that it's an opportunity cost situation for me, in that the back of a movie theater, I think, is far preferable to a lot of other uses. And so you're not going to have balconies where people are looking that direction. The backs of movie theaters are a lot better to look at than things that would have tons of dumpsters or loading docks, et cetera. So I think that in terms of an opportunity cost perspective, I really appreciate what they've done with the development in terms of really trying to mitigate, potential frustrations with having a business district abutting that existing residential area.
Okay. Any comments, Kokithia?
No, I'm torn. I really am, because I definitely understand Commissioner Sadowski concern about walkability, about making sure, that kids have spaces. I'm also thinking about how difficult it might be if we do not omit D and what that means to the project long term. So I'm torn.
Okay. Forestine, any other comments?
I was asking about other developments for the parkway because I feel that we can handle having it with the rear facing to that planned parkway. My concern is more so for the actual street layout within that subdivision, but I'm not going to go there because they've already talked with that with, I think, with streets. The issue on the commercial corner for the planned theater, we know things will change, and it might be beneficial if down the road they come up with some other options that could take place if the financing and those types of things did fall through for B&B. That would ease some apprehension about having that on that corner. All in all, I do agree with everyone. This is a huge development that would make a big difference in that part of the city that would help us to continue to grow. One of my issues was abutting neighborhoods and kind of wondering what the census are like up there that would help us grow as well. But don't let me divert because I can. But as far as this plan, I do want to keep in the requirement for the water main with the clarification of the cost sharing. That's too big of a project to have that small dollar amount be an issue based on what all they're showing their return and stuff would be. So I would like to maintain that condition.
Okay.
And I'm in agreement with that, Commissioner Beasley.
And you're talking about with any cost share on item number 5, or just leave it as is? Forestine.
Are you talking to me? No, we need to add the language that shows that that is a cost share.
Okay.
And that it's not the 800,000 that the developer was looking at, that it would be more along the lines of the 200, 250 that Mr. Kiefer was referring to. It's too big of a project to have that small thing be a hiccup in further development along that side.
Okay.
Chairman Crowell, if that's the case, adding a sentence that says developer's responsibility to construct a 12-inch main, developer's responsibility is to construct a 12-inch main and water services will pay costs of upsizing main to 30 inches would address what Mr. Kiefer's testimony was.
Yeah, mine was just slightly different. That Casey Water will reimburse the applicant for the cost differential between the installation of the 12-inch main and the 30-inch main per the Casey Water extension rules and regulations. There will be no cost share by Casey Water if TIF funds are used for the main extension.
Fine.
Okay. All
Chair
right.
Crowell, I just wanted to clarify that in the chat, I put a link to that mixed use community definition, just in case anybody wanted to know where I was referencing.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there. You don't
Oh
mind?
yeah, sorry. So in the chat, I just put in KCI area plan. I just gave a link to that in case anybody wanted to see that mixed use community definition I was referencing.
Okay. All right, any other comments from the commission? From my standpoint, this is I've been around this project for a long time. I'm very excited to see it come forward, especially the soccer piece. I've got two boys. One of them plays soccer, and I get tired of driving to Lenexa, South Lenexa, Olathe, Overland Park just to go to soccer. And this will be a great addition up here. I do like the it's an area that's attracting a lot of things around the soccer complex. You know, with the retail, the hotel, the other businesses that are going to be around this. I think it's going to be a great economic engine for the Northland. It'll be complementary to all the great things that are happening where Metro North Mall used to be. And I think it'll also help Zona Rosa out that desperately needs some help as well. So you have those three pieces coming together. Again, it's a big project. There's a lot to be, to consider at this time at the front end of this. In my opinion, I think a lot of the things have been addressed, and it's going to change as time goes on. This is the best plan that's available at this time, which people know. And I'm certain that as time goes on, there's going to be some changes, and a lot of it will be for the better. Regarding some of the conditions, I agree with those. With the theater being in the location of where it's at on this plan, it is already zoned commercial, so they could probably do it anyways, whether we wanted them to or not. It's already zoned in that manner. I do agree with the Line Creek Parkway stuff. I like the alternative that's been proposed, having the 30-foot maintained buffer. But the thing is with Line Creek Parkway, it's shown, and it's something that we're going to do in the future, but there isn't any money for it at this time. There is no plan to do it. It's just something that's a long ways out, and who knows, it may kind of be like other parkways that we've recently developed. It's become more of a complete street, but it's not a divided 4-lane kind of street. It's become single lane that's more meandering, that allows bicycle and pedestrian pathways as well as turn lanes in various locations. And we don't know that at this point in time. And then I do like the change in the language of the actual water department. I think that's a good compromise, and it makes sense for that on both parties. So those are my opinions. And this point, I think we're ready to take a motion on this case. It is getting, we spent a lot of time on this, and unfortunately, we're running out of time to do our other cases that we have on the docket, especially if we've got a hard stop at 2 o'clock because of another meeting that's going to be in this facility. So I'm looking for a commissioner to make a motion.
And before that motion's made, sorry, Commissioner Corral, it seems like we're in agreement on 1.C, or yeah, and on 45. What's people's sentiment on 1D? Again, I'm in favor of allowing the exemption, but it seems as though we were pretty split on that one. Commissioner Corral, are you looking for a motion that leaves that in there or that strikes it?
I think really the contentions of so the first case would be it has 0 conditions, and that's the amendment to the area plan. And the second case would be the actual approval of the MPD with adjusting conditions as we've discussed. And it's up to whoever's making the motion what they want to do with 1C and 1D. And so if you don't get a second, then that means we need to go back and modify the actual motion itself. So it sounded to me like Mr. Enders, you're ready to make a motion on this case?
Sure. Okay, so move to approve 1.1. Let me just get myself real quick. Without conditions, and then move to approve 1.2, deleting conditions 1.C, 1.D, revising condition 27 as stated, deleting condition 33, revising condition 45 as was stated by Public Works, and revising condition 51.
And just amending as stated by Water Services Department.
Water Services, thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. With that, is there any other discussion on this?
Yeah, I'm confused because we've been looking at conditions 3, 4, 6, 1D, 1C. Where does these other numbers come from? How do they relate to these numbers we were discussing?
Well, the presentation that was presented to us had them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's actually the conditions. So like number 1 is delete condition 1C of the staff report. Number 2 is delete condition 1D of the staff report.
So what's the actual number then?
Yeah, it's just actually what Commissioner Enders has stated on his motion references back to the staff report itself. I've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? With that, Nicole, if you don't mind taking roll call, let's go ahead.
Allender?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Nicole, we can't hear you.
Allender?
Mr. Allender has left to go to a meeting.
Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
I'm going to say no because I'm still confused. That's what number goes with what. So no.
Crowell? Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Okay.
Okay, so with the docket items 1.1 and 1.2, they pass with a 5-2 vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your
very much for
presentation.
your time.
And
We
good luck on
appreciate
your
it.
project. So I know I need to drink water, and I imagine others need to go to the restroom real quick, but Joe, do we have enough time? We've got 3 cases left. We've only got a half an hour to get through them.
Yeah, and I think that the next one, it's a continued case, and I think it's probably, Patty, do you think it'll take more than 30 minutes?
Well, the next case is continued, but it has that companion case that's going to be heard.
Speaking to your mic.
The next case is continued or to be dismissed, but it goes with the companion case that's going to be heard
Yeah, that's what I meant.
because they had to refile and there is opposition.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but we might have to postpone that one because I don't think we're going to have enough time to hear that case appropriately. What about the other cases?
But I do think that possibly the one right after that, I think is on Jackson. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to find the place.
Case 12.
Yeah, Joe, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, the one after that is, I'm struggling to find the docket number right now. I think it's
12.
Maybe.
It's number 12, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
That one I think could be done in 30 minutes.
Okay. So can we take like just a 5-minute break here before we get started on that docket? Just got to get some water and I'm sure somebody else needs some as well. So thank you. So hurry, we'll be back here at 1:35, according to my watch.
Can you help?
Are you going to log up now and log back on as you? You were talking as me. You didn't get the text. It's two of me. Yes.
On one. How far do you have to
Never
drive
looked at
from
your
here?
phone after
It never
that.
shows. Yeah, huh? Yeah.
Just in Waldo.
Waldo,
Oh, no, it shows them as two.
Not too far.
Two of me.
You can throw a rock in my house from here.
Oh, yeah? On the west side?
Yeah.
Cool. I was trying to figure out where to park because I normally, when I come up here, I'm coming from work at Town Center, so I just like either walk or hop on the bus and all that stuff.
Didn't sell out.
Let me use the restroom.
Let's see how it goes. I don't think there's that much to clean.
So I think we can do docket 12, and then if you want to briefly talk about the.
Okay.
People have time for both,
Yeah,
especially
we have
since I
time.
can't vote on it.
Yeah,
anyway.
it'd only take a sec. If someone like could share it on this. I don't know how, well, I'm not in the Zoom because technically it's supposed to be provided in writing. I want to just meet that.
And you emailed it to us.
Yeah, I emailed it to you, Nicole, and Lisa.
I can share it.
Then we'll be good and it's real. Yeah, we definitely got to be out of here.
No one told me to invite you.
Yeah, because I got to be in that meeting as well. That's why I'm involved in a local control. I've been emailing all morning about dress props.
Yeah, at least they didn't continue it. At least we don't have to sit through that. And NDD. Like that.
No, they still gonna do the river for and that's gonna be.
I knew it was gonna be long, but it's too
Yeah.
He's asking if we could go somewhere, but they'd have to participate on. All have to get on Zoom then on a computer.
Well, 10.
Yeah.
The committee room.
We could probably do the large conference room.
But the committee room on
I know
10.
Nathan knows how to set it up. Do you want one of you guys want to see if Nathan can go set it up for us?
No,
Nathan knows how to.
So we'll set it up for what? 4 commissioners and you, and so for 6 people?
Three commissioners.
3 commissioners plus you, and because we will all jump on Zoom. So
I mean, I can ask the city attorney. Yeah, I can ask him. I mean, I can get on Zoom in my office.
because that would be a good, because there's nobody here. So
right.
I mean, let him know that's a possibility.
I'll just call Diane right now and ask her to, by the way.
And then can they,
broadcasting out
Joe, can you also, I mean,
because they can hear everything.
they just,
Joe, go in the back.
who's they?
Cool. Big project.
Of opposition, yeah.
Hey,
We're not.
Casey, Patty,
Let's move downstairs.
one of you go down to Nathan and
Are you
I
guys?
know he knows how to do it because we've had people, remember we had.
I'll do it.
We're gonna be able to accommodate like everyone who showed up here as well, because they're here. They need to part, you know what I mean? They've been waiting all day. Are they gonna have to leave? And you gotta be able to accommodate anybody. I don't know how.
Go ahead.
Both the small and the large.
Okay. If there's overflow, they can wait and watch.
I just don't know where everyone went. It was how many people we had.
If it becomes an issue, Joe, it's just.
And then what are these?
Sounds like we might have some logistics things.
Yeah, all this is harder than it seems.
Yeah, exactly. We might be just.
I want time to like go somewhere. I mean,
I was here was for that one case.
I'm not a tech. I'm not a
500 acres.
I think if we get it's
I'm just checking with you guys that are remote.
close to 2 o'clock.
We're kind of investigating to see, because we know we have a 2 o'clock hard date or time to actually be done with our meeting, because the council chambers is going to be used for another meeting. And so we're trying to see if maybe we can move down to 15th floor where city planning department is, and continue our call or our meeting down there, because it appears that everybody has almost left from, that wants to be here as part of listening in on a meeting or provide public testimony, that we could actually house it down in one of the conference rooms. So we're just trying to check on the logistics to see if we can make that happen. So,
Thanks for the update. Sounds good.
okay, so it might be a couple more minutes yet. So if you want to grab a sandwich now, it'd probably be the time.
Sounds good.
I think we can go ahead, Mr. Chair. The planner with the next case is virtual anyway, so he's.
Oh,
ready.
okay. Is that okay with everybody? Let's go ahead and take the next case because I think it's a fairly short one. I mean,
I say let's roll.
so is the applicant, are they available online? By chance?
Yes, Brian Ross should be available online.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to be clear, we're moving to docket 12 on the agenda, which is not the next case on the agenda. It's just, we don't think we can get through the very next one in less than 20 minutes, which is all we have at this point. So docket 12 is case number SUP 2020-00027. Request to approve a special use permit for the replacement and redevelopment of the convenience store with gasoline and fuel sales on about half an acre at 1907 Jackson Avenue. And the planner is Chris Huey.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll share my screen here real quick. Bear with me.
Is Forestine, are you still available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Christopher Huey, staff planner, City Planning Development Department. I'll try to go kind of quick today since I know we're on a time crunch. What you have before you is a special use permit request for 1907 Jackson Avenue. It's generally located in southeast corner of 19th and Jackson Avenue. The applicant is essentially seeking the replacement of an existing convenience store and fueling pumps with a The site's located in kind of the core area of the city itself. Here's an aerial site plan. As you can see, it's a kind of a standalone commercial property surrounded by predominantly single-family residential developments. Here is a street view of the existing facility. One thing I do want to point out here, it's a little hard to see in this angle, is this is the existing 2,000 square foot convenience store. There are two sets of pumps, kind of catty corner here. The angle makes it a little tough to see. So the key points for this particular project, they're replacing the existing 2,000 square foot building and two gas canopies for a 3,000 square foot building and one gas canopy. The pumps for both the existing facility and the current facility will stay the same at 8 pumps. Gasoline fuel sales is permitted in the B3-2 zoning district by approval of a special use permit, so long as it's not located adjacent to or within 150 feet of a park, boulevard, or parkway. This particular site meets those requirements. The existing site is considered a legal non-conforming use since it predates the current code. However, with the removal of the existing facility, they'd remove that legal non-conforming status. In addition, the building is considered more than 10% increase, so therefore a major amendment would be required anyways. Thus, you're seeing the special use permit before you today. Here is the proposed site plan. As you can see, the building and orientation of the site are generally similar. The 3,000 square foot building is located here, as well as a single canopy with a bit longer orientation. One important thing to note is they are removing this third additional entrance onto Jackson Avenue, having a more clean flow of traffic throughout the site. Here's the proposed landscaping plan to kind of get a sense of the landscaping being provided on the site. Here are the new gasoline canopies. And here is some existing photos. The photos on the left are the existing site, and the photos on the right would be the proposed redevelopment options that have been used elsewhere by the applicant. One thing to do want to point out is that the land use in this recommended land use in this Truman Plaza area plan does recommend residential low density. However, pretty much all of Jackson Avenue in this particular area, especially along the east side of Jackson Avenue, is zone B3-2, which is a commercial zoning designation. So even though that the use doesn't comply with the area plan, it is an existing commercial use in a already zoned commercial district. So therefore, that's why staff is supportive of this redevelopment. If this was existing residential, we'd probably be much more hesitant to support the particular application. One thing I do want to point out is this: the city is allowed to put time limits on special use permits. Since this is an existing non-conforming use, they are allowed to continue indefinitely as is. Therefore, staff does not recommend implementing a time limit on this particular case. With that, staff recommends approval. I would stand for any questions and turn it over to the applicant, Brian, for his presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions by the commission to staff?
Yes, I have a question. I believe you staff has answered this before, but with this special use permit and not having a time requirement designated, if the owner sells this property, does that special use permit carry over?
No, it does carry over to the new owner. The special use permits run with the land.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, applicant, welcome. Thank you for sitting through our morning session.
Brian, just tell me hit the next on your slides for you.
Sorry, I just promoted Brian to panelist.
Brian, can you hear us?
Maybe he went for a sandwich.
Say again, Brian. I think you're coming in finally.
I hear somebody chewing.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There's a slight delay on my mute button, I think. So when I hit it, it was delayed, but I think I'm good now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We can just go through I have two sections of slides. In the interest of times, let's just do I think there's 3 slides in this first section that are updated drawings. One of the staff comments was adding our raised parapet to the south end of the building, which we have done on these. Another comment was the east facade of the building, which we show a revised version of that on the south elevation. Actually, that is I'm sorry. It's actually, there's 2 south elevations. The long elevation to the left of that is the actual east elevation. There's an existing wooden fence through there that shows that the building will be, it sets down so low that the residents to the east of this will not see much of the building. They were actually in support of this when we talked to them in a couple of the meetings. So they right now, if you look at the existing site, and I have some pictures way down this if we need to see it, but they're looking down on the roof of the existing building. The new development will have a parapet wall and all the rooftop units will be screened. So it actually gives them more privacy, better sound protection from Jackson. So those were a couple of the staff comments that we addressed in this. You can scroll on down if you'd like. The civil engineering drawing, this is the landscape plan. It's been, I think we missed one drawing, didn't we?
No.
Go down one more. Okay, so what we were doing was we were updating our site plans to address some comments as far as bicycle parking. I think I can do it on here. We have an area that's open next to the trash enclosure that has ample room for bicycle parking. There'll be plenty of bicycle parking there. As far as employee bicycle parking, one of the comments was to provide that, and we usually provide that inside for a bicycle that is adjacent to the walk-in cooler door. There's always a dead space there, so those questions would be addressed. So to basically summarize this into one sentence, we're taking an old pieced together store inside and we're replacing with a new, durable, more technically security and fueling layout would be going into this. So it's a new, brand new site mimicking what was there already. I can address some of these other statements, but we're basically we're in agreement with all of the staff comments. The only one that we can't really work with and meet with on staff was the one with the photometrics. Because of the condensed site and the canopy, we have trouble with the light on Jackson Avenue itself. We're 0 with residential because it sets down. We're in great shape northeast and south on this photometrically wise. But we're asking, right now we have a photometrics plan that's showing, I think staff has it 17 point something on Jackson, but I think I've been in discussion with the engineering and we can get well under 8 on that, but we will still spill onto this public sidewalk on that side. That's the only item on the staff report that I think that we're really can't work with the comments on. So I'll leave it at that if there's any questions.
So this new project, it will actually, are you demoing the existing building and building a brand new one?
So yeah, we have a couple variances involved in this that I probably should explain. This existing building has a retaining wall that's been built back to in pieces. We said part of it's a little bit of an angle on the survey, but we said about 26 feet back from that fence. We're asking to go back to 15 feet from that fence that you see there. And we would create the whole building would be a retaining wall itself. We actually did this with a project that we did several years ago down on Swope and Prospect, but the building becomes a retaining wall. And you can see that we take out a pretty ugly building and we come up in there and we make that structural. That bank would become structural inside that building. We like to be more than 10 feet above grade there so people can't get on top of the roof. So we've actually raised our building in anticipation of what's going to occur on the grades on the back. Yes, right there. So we want the building to be tall enough people can't get on top of the building. It also provides what I feel is fairly nice screening for the neighbors. It protects them from sound and noise and visual aspects of Jackson. They seem to be fine with that when we talked to them in a Zoom meeting about 2 weeks ago. Their main concern was that we weren't going to encroach on their properties, which we're not as far as the development. So we have a variance setback to the east for that purpose. We've made this building as narrow as we can. We need to get 2 rows of shelving down the building, and we've done, it's as skinny as it can be in addressing the distance east and west on this property. But the traffic flow becomes normal if we do this. Between the building and the canopy, we get real parking in front of the building. We get real traffic flow. We allow delivery trucks to go through the site now. They couldn't do it before. They had to come in, turn around, get back out because there was 2 canopies there. So it's a more traditional system. We've done, we showed a picture of another project we did in KCK that was kind of tight like this. It works really well. It's a great neighborhood store, but we got this parking in front of the store. It's just more traditional than what everybody's used to. We have there's mention of a sign. We're going to work with staff on the sign, but we don't have much room to put a sign. There's a big pole sign there now that we're agreeing to remove that. But we got to get a monument sign in that corner without trucks running into it and without blocking turning. So we'll work with staff in whatever capacity we need to do that. But we're agreeable to meeting ordinance as much as we can on that. And I think that's, Christopher, I think I've covered all the main topic in your comments, but if there's any questions, I'll continue to answer them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would like to add on Brian's comments. You do see various citations in the staff report to touch on the items he mentioned. Those technically would be evaluated at the BZA stage of the special use permit, but we do go ahead and document them so you at least can be aware of them, but even though you're not technically taking action on those particular aspects.
Okay, Christopher, how about comment number 5 about the photometrics?
Yes, so that's one of the variance requests that we've put together to be evaluated. So when they submit the revised plans, we'll update the staff letter to reflect those revised readings prior to going to BZA.
Okay. And any other questions for the applicant by the commission?
I have a couple questions. One is, has a phase 1 environmental assessment been done on the site?
Not to my knowledge. The owner is actually monitoring this, but I don't know if he has access to talk. But as far as I know, because we already know it's a fueling site, and if there's any fueling issues, it would be at the state level. It would be in the state documents and already known. One of the advantages of this site, which we haven't talked about, is right now the tanks are up the hill to the right of the existing store.
Try, there you go.
Yeah, right there. And they pump the fuel uphill to the tanks from a tanker down there, down below. And this is just not a good situation. The vents you're seeing the vents right there. So what we would do as part of this development is that all goes down. Those tanks go underground like they're supposed to be at ground level. The vents would go out in the canopy away from the residential area. It would be much improved. Plus the vents would be contemporary modern venting, which is much better situation. And everything's going to be dual tank monitored, dual line monitored, everything that have sensors on it. So if there's any issues, all that would be alleviated in the future. It'd be much higher technology. So if there's any alarms would go off immediately if there's any leaking, let me put it that way. So everything would be double walled all the way through the system. The other thing that would occur during this is when those tanks are removed, if there is any issues, then the remediation would occur based on state guidelines at that point in time. So a lot of times you don't know. Phase one doesn't help you until you get, the hole in the ground. So when the tanks are removed, the state would be there to observe that. If there's any issues, it would all be remediated and taken care of, under full scrutiny.
Great, thank you. That helps clarify that. And also, I wondered what the gas station was going to provide as far as fresh foods. Is this something that someone could use to get milk and bread? Is it offering that?
Yeah, actually, we get into this quite a bit. There's a lot of convenience stores, and I won't mention any names, and they're big chains that are getting away from the convenience store items. There are many restaurants, and you go in there and you have about 6-7 feet of what used to be a convenience store, toiletries and that sort of thing. And you can get milk, but you can't get a lot of the convenience store items. This developer, Express Mart's, done many stores in Kansas City, Missouri area. And so there's examples out there now, 31st and Brooklyn, Slope and Prospect. They're more traditional convenience stores. So, and I think he sells fruits and that sort of thing at the beginning, but at the sales counter. But as you can see in this picture, it's more of a traditional store. What you would expect from a convenience store. It's less. He will have the pizza in this place is very popular. That's in the existing store. But it's you also have the traditional coffee bar. There's another picture, I think, of the coffee bar in here. There's fruit, there's beverage. If you keep going, you'll see bench.
Let me go to the front. I think it's in the front.
Yeah, right there. There's our standard island, our standard fountain drinks, and that's.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Joe. But we've only got like 3 minutes, so we need to.
Yeah. So I'll defer to any more questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
There was only one thing that I saw, the monument sign. Have we addressed the size of that?
Commissioner, is that Forestine, I believe?
Yeah.
Thank you. That'll be handled as part of the variance request by the BZA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further question, is there anybody from the audience that's raised their hand to speak about this project?
No one's raised their hand on Zoom, and there's no one in the chamber, it looks like.
With that, we'll close public testimony. Anything else the commission would like to speak about on this particular case? If not, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that case number 00027 be passed with conditions as stated.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Nicole, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Baker. Beasley.
Aye.
Crowell. Enders.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Rojas. And Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the project has been approved unanimously. So good luck with your project.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Are we going to try to reconvene downstairs, or are we going to go ahead and?
I think the recommendation of the law department is that we should probably continue the cases.
Okay, so we need to run through the continuance of those two cases before we.
Yeah, I mean, here's the issue. It's like, you know, the sunshine law requires 24 hours notice of time, date, and place. So my concern here is that I don't know, I can't be 100% certain that everybody is aware that you're reconvening on 15, that perhaps somebody received a notice in the mail and is going, you know, so it seems to me the risk is fairly low here, given that most people are probably here, but you need to be aware that that is an issue.
Okay. Has the applicants been contacted about having to continue their cases?
They will be. Patty has the next case and.
Commissioner Crowell, Patty Knoll, City Planning and Development. The applicants for the case at 9130 McGee have been online.
Okay.
So I've been communicating with them about the possibility. I know they are not in favor of a continuance, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is quite possible that they're all here and you can make them aware that you're moving, but I just wanted you to be aware of that. I just don't know who was here and who left and who has received the message.
Understand. You know? So I guess we just need to give the proper notice then to go ahead and continue. This is just docket items 5.1 and 5.2. Is that all we have left?
And then also the Urban Forest Master Plan, which is item number 15.
Item number 15.
You that to the meeting of September 1st.
Moving that to September 1st?
Yes, and Kristen Riyadh is aware. I will.
Okay. So I guess I need approval from the commission and to continue docket items 5.1 and 5.2 to the, see, that would be the August 4th meeting.
Applicant has requested through email that they be docketed early.
Understand.
I'll put them first next time. They were second today. But.
Okay. I think that's reasonable. I need a couple of motion here to continue docket item 5.1, 5.2 to the August 4th meeting, as well as continue docket item number 15 to the September 1 meeting.
So moved.
So moved. I got a motion.
Second.
Motion and second. All in. I think, Nicole, you can put us all down as ayes.
Will do.
Yes.
So see you next meeting. So meeting's been adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Done.